This video is brought to you by my supporters on Patreon, Buy Me a Coffee, and YouTube. If you'd like to support me, you can find the links below.
The punishment for such acts is that either you will be or you will be your hands and feet will be or you will be made to exile. Misogyny was the first point that made me think otherwise. Like, if it was by a god, how can a god be misogynistic like this?
When you have legislations that take power away from Muslims, isn't that like oppressing the already oppressed? This is the podcast with Arif Hussain, who is an ex-Homeopath, an ex-Muslim, and an ex-communist. I've known Arif for quite some time now, and just hearing his speeches, his YouTube content, which is mostly in Malayalam, by the way, links down below. They're so eloquent and so humble and so convincing and have helped so many people. It was an honor to have him on the show, and I was thinking the podcast would be under 2 hours long, but you can see how long it ended up being. There were parts of the podcast where we had great discussions. There were parts where we disagreed with each other. Overall, you're gonna really enjoy it. I'm sure you'll definitely like whichever parts you choose to watch. Without further ado, my name's Pranav. You're watching the scienceisdope podcast. Let's begin. What is up, people? Scienceisdope episode 3, podcast episode 3. And I have here with me Dr. Arif Hussain. You don't prefer doctor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Arif Hussain is an ex-Homeopath and an ex-Muslim and an ex-communist. That is, if you check
Triplex.
his triplex, that's the description you'll see when you go to his YouTube page. But more detailed intro, I'll let him introduce himself.
I think these three words itself explains everything. To come out of the dogmas in a nutshell. So you can explain a whole lot with these three simple words, especially when speaking about the religion, and more than that, speaking about this communism. So I think of all these three things, leaving communism is what makes you multiple other things, like even you will become a a right-wing promoter. So there are multiple other things, but this, when you leave and when you criticize and when you speak against communism, then brings you a lot of trouble. Yeah.
I think communism is a topic I want to ask more about, but those questions I've kept for the end of the podcast. But for anyone who hasn't watched my Ayush video, he was there in the Ayush video. He's the lead researcher in Abby's lab. That's the main thing about him. He's also a YouTuber and his content is mainly in Malayalam. So if that's your cup of tea, do check him out. I'll leave links below. Now, when Arif came here, you can see there are two items of decoration in the set. And when Arif came here, we were talking about it. So, Arif, you want to tell us what these two pictures are?
See, when we talk about, I can surely recognize both of them. That one is this spaghetti monster one, and this is the Russel's teapot.
Yep.
So, in spite of there being some icons of this freethinking and science promotion, we have from Kerala, we have another version of this flying spaghetti monster. That is the Dingan, Lord Dingan, we call it. That's a spoof religion.
Yeah.
So Dingan is a character from this children's comic series.
Okay.
So that's a mouse. You might be knowing, you are a Malayalam.
I've heard. I'm more familiar with Balarama, Balabhumi, those. Back then, I think this Dingan was not there. Where is Dingan?
In fact, Dingan is the most oldest religion.
Okay.
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 Balarama and all other things came so later, just like Islam and
Those
Christianity.
were my okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So since this Dinkan's religion is so old, you are not aware of that. So we are now, yeah. So we are now bringing up that as a what do you call Dinganic dharma.
Okay.
We call it. Okay. A Dinganic awakening that is being happening here. So we have
Organic.
yeah, Dinganic. So Dingan is so powerful and he's capable of doing multiple things, and that's how we portray them. And this Russell's Teapot, that is something related to this burden of proof that we always say, and that is one of the biggest explanations or the key points that we always use to explain how this burden of proof is so much important.
Yep.
And that is so beautifully explaining things in just with that picture itself.
Yep.
So how can I
Yeah,
not recognize that?
Yeah. Correct.
So I hope I passed this test of being a guest here.
A guest here. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Now that you mention it, I'll actually make it a like a
An
bar
assessment.
to pass,
A
an
neat exam.
assessment for all guests from now on. But anyway, yeah, the Flying Spaghetti Monster is a parody of a religion and online meme culture. It's a parody religion called Pastafarianism, and the Flying Spaghetti Monster is the god. So it's basically an idea in critical thinking. When you look at all the aspects of that religion, you understand how all religions are basically like that, the same thing. And that one is the Russell's Teapot. So Bertrand Russell, the English philosopher, he had a thought experiment where he said, imagine there's a teapot that's in orbit around the sun, and basically you'll never be able to see the teapot no matter how powerful a telescope you have, and this could be anywhere around the sun, right? So no matter where you go in a spaceship, you can never find it. So does that mean it doesn't exist? You can't disprove it, right? So it's an idea also for conveying the concept of unfalsifiability. You can't disprove it, doesn't mean so you can't say that it exists just because you can't disprove it. So this is how most religions, ideas from religions justify themselves. So yeah, these are like pillars of rationality that I thought is thematically
Yeah,
appropriate.
that very much suits here.
So let's get right into like those three words one by one: ex-Muslim, homeopath, and communist.
There's an order for that. Ex-Homeopath, ex-Muslim,
That-
and then ex-communist.
So that was the order in which you came to those
Yes.
decisions.
It was first ex-Homeopath. Okay, first I was speaking against this homeopathy. Then came becoming an ex-Muslim. Okay, but both are related. While criticizing homeopathy, I used to get some questions from the groups, homeopathic groups. Like, I was a devout believer those days while criticizing homeopathy. So while having these heated debates in the groups, I would say to them that now that it's time for the namas, I'll go and offer the namas and I'll come back. Or it's a Juma. Okay, I'll get to the masjid and I'll come back. Or maybe it's the Ramzan time, so now it's the time for the iftar party. So I'll just complete it and I'll come back. So
Around what time was this? Like which year?
homeopathy, I maybe after 2015, it was there, like hardcore into that kind of arguments, like against homeopathy. But this Islam or the religion, that came very much later, maybe after 2017, 2018 and all. So there's a bigger issue behind that, but still I had this thought of applying the scientific temper into this religion, not just homeopathy. Scientific temper, if you are willing to apply it in your daily life, there's no place where you are not supposed to apply it. You have to do that in every wake of your life, like whether it be your belief system, religion, your political ideologies. That's how we started applying it one by one. Then came Islam, then came communism. Even during I was leaving this religion and about to criticize it, I used to write on my social platforms where I'm a proud socialist, without knowing the dangers of socialism and communism. Communism, of course, I came to know about the problems. We have some notorious communists in this world, but it was like socialism is okay, communism is the problem. Even now we know some people saying that we need a mixed economy, socialism with capitalism. That's how they speak. The clear answer to them is, when you are trying to mix socialism with capitalism, you are always keeping a space open, or a gap open to create poverty, or to nurture poverty. Capitalism is totally against that. Anyone can become a billionaire. There's a immense scope for becoming a billionaire. Simply put, that's the simple answer for what is capitalism. Any person can become a billionaire. Only thing is, you need to identify your strengths. You have to find people to take you up, the collaboration, the capital investment for your ideas. In socialist, even if you have your strength, you identify that. Even if you have this people around you who can support you, in a socialist economy, you won't be able to do anything on your own, because everything will be owned by the state.
So I have some thoughts here about capitalism, socialism debate, and again, I'm not the most educated on socialism also, but I will try to defend socialism. But that'll let's talk about that maybe after at the end.
Okay,
if you
I'll
don't
just
mind.
make a
Yeah.
point here. What socialism is to communism is something like spirituality is to religion. You'll feel like spirituality is okay, religion is the problem. You know that. The
Okay.
same way, socialism is okay.
I disagree with that also,
Okay,
but
most of the
yeah.
people say that. Even
Okay.
freethinkers used to say this. Spiritualism is okay. That's the most people, even hardcore believers say this after realizing the religion, the problems of that. The same way, socialism is okay, communism is the problem. Actually, communism is something that is a politicized or an institutionalized socialist viewpoint. That is communism. Now we can move on.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
first talk about your views on not being a homeopath anymore. How free thinking led to being an ex homeopath, and same way how that led to ex Muslim.
It's not like free thinking leading me to homeopathy or ex-homeopathy. It was becoming an ex-homeopath leading me to free thinking. That's what
Okay.
happened.
Okay.
Because just like any other children in this country or in this world, I was also looking for a livelihood by coming into a profession to learn some good things which can fetch me some good money. That was the sole aim for me as well. So I I was pretty good in the studies during my 10th and 12th and all. So the only goal which was in me was to become a doctor. So I worked for that. I went for this coaching and I went for this entrance exam. I got a rank. Then came the time when I was forced to select something, the course. So obviously I don't have an option of selecting any of these engineering stream because I was totally into this medicine. So while taking the medicine, that list of colleges or the courses, uh, there was a list in front of me and I was just going through that. And when comparing to the rank that I have got and the chances of getting into a medical college, it was obvious that I won't be getting MBBS because that rank was not that much high enough to get into this that course. And even those days, the number of seats were too less. So then the option in front of me is to go with other options like other colleges apart from MBBS. Then came to me BDS, dentistry. Then then we have this BHMS, like homeopathy, Ayurveda, and all. And I don't know whether how many people will understand this. Nobody was there out there telling me this, that apart from MBBS or this nobody calls it modern medicine as well. Everybody calls it allopathy. It's not allopathy, it's modern medicine, or medicine simply put. Nobody was there to tell me that this is the real medicine. All other courses are alternative medicine. This term alternative medicine itself was not aware of. I was not aware of that, and I was not made aware of that. Nobody was there. So for me, it was just like picking up a packet of biscuit from a supermarket. I looked for something, the most costliest one, or the most the one which I was looking for. It was over, no stock. So I took another option. Okay, I went for Oreo. I got Mary. That's it. So it was just like picking a second option. There was no idea of alternative medicine. There was no idea of pseudoscience. There was no idea of other problems related to that, especially the job prospects. That was never a concern. Then I got into that. I started studying, and during that time, we had this Lancet paper which got published in against homeopathy. Lancet paper, 2005 it was. And the title of the paper was The End of Homeopathy. That was the editorial in that Lancet. And those days it was a big issue in our college. Like, it was the talk of the college, the whole college, for weeks altogether. Like, it was like someone has died in our family. Like, we were all silent. We were mourning the death of homeopathy, the end of homeopathy in the Lancet article.
1 second. Can you tell me which year you got into?
I got into BHMS college in 2003.
Okay.
In the first attempt itself, in the this entrance. So in 2005, this paper came, and by the time I was in just completing first year or so, the first year goes for 1.5 years, or just in the beginning of second year or something related to that. And I was part of the college union as well. So those days we have to take up these activities, and we used to conduct activities. So this paper was published, and everybody was worrying about that. The future of homeopathy was a big issue, and we were all talking about that. And we organized an event where multiple prominent doctors from Kerala, all over Kerala, they were invited to our college, and they were asked to deliver some of their cases and presentations and all. And in fact, when I am sitting now and thinking about that, what comes to our mind is that they were trying to pacify us. Sorry, beta, nothing going to happen. Just like that. They were just making us happy. No need to worry about that. And they were all saying, or they were all presenting some anecdotes, testimonials, some before after picture. If you take this alternative medicine altogether, what drives this alternative medicine is a camera. Okay, when a patient comes to you, you'll take a picture, the before picture. And after giving the tablet, maybe after 1 year or 10 years, you'll take another picture. And these pictures are going to speak. And that's how alternative system works. So even in our college, the most used device in a medical college was the camera.
Homeopathy college.
Homeopathic college, sorry. So the camera was being asked in every OPDs, like, where's our camera? Bring it. So we used to run, like, we were the students, clinical postings were there. So we used to run behind this camera. And you can imagine there was no mobile cameras those days. So everything was being taken on a power shot, some cyber shot cameras like that. Simple ones, Kodak, Fujifilm. Those were the days, golden days. So this is the whole picture of how alternative system is working. And after that, we were like, okay, this is how we have to go with documentation, that is case records. To make our stance clear, or to make homeopathy scientific, what is required is to bring up with more pictures or come up with more case reports. So there was no question of RCTs. There was no question of systematic reviews. There was no question of meta-analysis. There was no question of even umbrella reviews. It was never talked about.
So I have one question here. So obviously you will have cases where the before and after picture, the after picture will be worse, or they'll probably never take that after picture in that case.
The after pictures were there.
Okay.
Yeah. But the problem is, that is the main issue. Okay. We were made to believe that way. We were never told that whether a condition, when it gets diagnosed, and if most of the diagnosis is being done by other people like the specialist, okay, and sometimes we ourselves do that. Even then, if we take another picture after the treatment, there was always a question of the time duration that is being taken, okay, and the nature of the problem, whether it is self-limiting, whether it is a cyclical occurrence. For example, most of the pictures that were taken were of the skin diseases. Okay, the peculiar nature of skin diseases is that there's no point in taking the picture of a coughing person or a sneezing person.
Correct.
Okay, obviously that goes away with time, and there's a fixed course for such diseases, the acute diseases, and none of the major diseases comes to us, like the cancers or other kind of conditions, where except for palliative care. And what happens after palliative care, you all know that that's a peaceful death.
Palliative care, for anyone who wants to know, is end of life care.
Yeah, that definition is being modified now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because when we talk about palliative care, people usually get this idea that it's something they are going to end.
Okay. Okay.
It's not that. Now the definition is changed, or it is having a better explanation. Like, it is the management of your long-standing disease to lessen the suffering. Okay, so it's a kind of pain management, or it's a kind of suffering management. So that's how now this palliative care is being utilized to improve the healthcare. We in Kerala, we have a palliative medicine department under this government, and it's there since maybe 10 or 15 years now. I don't exactly remember the duration, but Palliative Institute, it's in Calicut. Okay, Institute of Palliative Medicine, that is how it is called. And that started as some NGO organization. Now it is a part of Calicut Medical College itself. So it's a part of the global palliative movement. So they are providing all these facilities. And so every hospitals, every medical facilities, whether it be homeopathy or it be Ayurveda, they all try to use this palliative medicine. So you might have heard about this cancer hospital, homeopathic cancer hospital. There's something called that, like that, in Kerala. We that started as a palliative clinic using homeopathic medicine, and homeopathy has immense scope in palliative medicine because that can give you the most peaceful end of life care. Okay, and the best thing is, or the the most funniest thing is, they are calling themselves as homeopathic cancer clinics, but what they are using there is mother tinctures and many other preparations which you cannot call as homeopathy. So what is homeopathy? What makes homeopathy homeopathic? That is the dilutions.
Dilution of the
Mother tinctures. So the higher dilutions, the higher the dilution, the better the homeopathy is. That is not used there, or if it is used, always it is supported with mother tinctures. So using mother tinctures, using the crude potencies and all that, lower potencies, that doesn't make homeopathy. That is just a crude pharmacy, a pharmacy that existed even before how we see the modern medicine today. It evolved from such a phase. We were looking for the dosages, we were looking for the active ingredients and all such things. Now we don't give a plant made into a juice, and we don't give it that way, because we know there are certain other components which can cause damage, liver toxicity and many other toxicity. So we don't do that now. We just extract the active ingredient which can bring about the change, and we find a dose for that, safest dose, and then we give it. That's how modern medicine works. But for homeopathy, when you are giving mother tincture, it's like you are giving that Mrida Sanjeevani, like that. You are just giving that mountain. That's not the way how you administer medicine. So things are like this. The before after picture, the nature of the disease, we were talking about that. The nature of the disease, the nature of the condition, the duration, all these things should come into play. Then only we can say that this was a real disease which required a medicine. And even if it was a real disease, and if you gave some medicine and you got a different picture, you have to make sure that there should be a mechanism to prove that actually after taking this medicine, this got down. And for that, we do multiple other tests, like the control trials. We don't have such a information for homeopathy. So without these kind of evidence base, we are claiming, simply claiming. We are attributing the after picture, which got relieved from the before picture, using this homeopathic medicine, and it just stays as an attribution without any proof. It is not validated anywhere and nowhere. And there were some attempts made to validate that, and it was not proven. It proved otherwise, like it was not working. It's no better than a placebo, and the real effects were not ever detected. So all these things, all these studies, and all these medical scientific methods, to that I was introduced slowly, and that led me to think more, to ask more questions, and to question myself, like my practice. If I give a medicine to a person, I started asking myself, is this something because of my medicine that the patient is getting cured? I started asking myself, because I'm seeing some changes, but I wanted to know whether this was something related to that. And I was not getting enough evidence to say that properly, that it was due to this medicine. Then I started myself, like I cannot say this openly, but I can say you something that you might be seeing that I'm criticizing homeopathy openly, that too in Malayalam. Almost every day, at least I'll say some sentence of that every day. Not even once one my patients ever came to me and asked, okay, so you were cheating us those days. There's a possibility that way. Like any of my patients coming to my residence and asking me or beating me up, that you took our money, you fooled us. Nobody will say that. And that's the only confidence why I'm saying this so openly, because once I realized this, I never told them that what brought your problem down is this medicine. I never told them. There are multiple other things, and the prime importance was the lifestyle modifications. Okay, and the dietary changes. Then some other, maybe even I used to even prescribe some vitamin supplements for some of the complaints, like even protein deficiency. You can identify that. Even water deficiency. At times people drink way too less water, and they will show some signs of dehydration. You can even treat them with water.
Or you can treat them with homeopathy.
But that won't, that's much costly, like
yeah.
And the problem is that the homeopathic medicine, though we call it as water, it's not water. It is 90% alcohol. So that will bring other problems. So you cannot give that. So and I used to term this kind of practice as curing sans medicines.
Curing without medicine.
That's how. And I used to write some articles about that. Like I had cured a patient of her long-standing leg pains. multiple patients, but one case I remember still. Just by asking her to shift from chapati to puttu. Okay, because she was having leg pains, and she was consulting multiple doctors, even the top leading orthopedicians, rheumatologists, and all. Still, she was not getting relieved of that. She came to me by some reference, and I was taking her case, and I came to know that she was from a big family, and she was the lead kitchen kitchen lead. Okay, kitchen team lead. So she was standing there for more than 5 years hours a day in the kitchen every day, 365 days. Okay, 24, 365. And mostly they are making in Kerala, in Malabar region, they usually make patri. Without patri, no home will function there. So they used to make this. That's the rice chapati. You can for your audience, it's a rice chapati. So she used to make this. So I asked her, either you will have to take rest, and that's not possible because you are the kitchen lead, tech lead. So the only option is to shift from rice chapatis to the steam cake, that is the puttu. So you can just place it there, sit somewhere, you'll get enough time. Like that, simple modifications that can bring a lot of changes in your disease condition. So she was relieved of that. And multiple other patients, like there were some people visiting us with, they call as multiple joint pains, fibromyalgia, like that. It's not a well laid medical terminology. I won't use that, but still there is a terminology like that. That's a insignificant, non-specific body pains. People will complain that way. I have pain there, pain here. They won't be able to pinpoint the pain, but they are not well. So she came to me, and I was just looking at her, and she was working in a showroom from morning to evening, almost 12 hours, and she was in a air conditioned atmosphere, and she was not getting enough water to drink. She was dehydrated, and for more than 6-7 months she was suffering from this, and all the tests were negative, rheumatology tests. So she came to me, and I asked about these, and finally came to know about this lack of water in her, and I asked her to drink water properly. She was relieved of the complaint. So now, if I talk about against homeopathy, though they came to me because I am a homeopath, believing that I would give some pills and that will cure them, and but they came to me and I gave them some placebo with some advices, and that got relieved. And I educate them, like, this is the problem. Medicine is secondary. The main thing is water. The main thing is puttu, or the main thing is many things like that. So they modified that. So that is the only thing why I'm confident that nobody will come to me and beat me up for criticizing homeopathy, telling me that I fooled them. Because I never claimed homeopathy is the sole reason that you are getting the cure. But they got cure, or they got the relief, not because of homeopathy. And repeatedly after seeing this over and over, I was convinced there's no role for homeopathy as a medicine. The only role was that I had some medical knowledge which I can identify the problems in them, but I'm not armed properly. Okay, I don't have the ammunition with me. What I have is only the the kutuba skills. Okay, I can just talk to them. I can educate them, make them aware. That's it. So slowly I could come out of this easily.
So, what afforded you the opportunity to find out about the patient's life that these other doctors couldn't?
Yeah, I always believed that, even after learning Hahnemann also. Hahnemann, for many reasons, I still love Hahnemann, the father of homeopathy. That is because, it's not because he found homeopathy, okay, but the kind of inquisitiveness that he was having, the kind of observations that he was so keen in making, and the kind of, what do you say, the dissent that he made. He was questioning the kind of practices that existed during his time, and that he came out of that. And the kind of practices we know that is called the real allopathy. That is the real allopathy. The heroic practices called bloodletting, leeching, and many other nasty and cruel practices. So Hahnemann was not happy with that. So he wanted something. He knew that more than the disease, the treatment itself is killing the people. He realized this. So he wanted something gentle. And he came up with homeopathy. And the only problem with homeopathy is that went too much and gentle. That's the only problem. But still, he had this kind of a kind of scientific temper, or an inquisitiveness. That is something I always loved. So I wanted to apply this in all my practice. So whenever patients come to me, and the moment they say that, I'm coming here after visiting multiple doctors, that too specialists, then our duty is more, because we have to say something not other doctors have ever told them. Then only our market value will increase. Okay, so I'm trying to market myself like a salesman. I'll be marketing my practice. So for that, I will sit and talk to them. That's the only way. And that's the only reason why you see these alternative system doctors are flourishing in their practices, even without a proper medicine system, any evidence, it's just their tongue that is operating, that is working. And tongues do wonderful job. If you talk beautifully to the patients, you can educate. At least being a BHMS or a BMS, you have proper medical knowledge apart from the medicines. You know about the physiology, you know about the anatomy, you know multiple other things. Except you just keep aside the medicine part. You keep aside the ultra diluted homeopathy or the crude, even those medicines which contain heavy metals in Ayurveda. You can keep aside all of that, but still you have that medical knowledge. You can use that. So why these alternative medicine doctors, they are flourishing without any proper evidence or any such basis? It's simply because they talk pretty well to their patients. So during this busy practice of a modern medicine doctor, they are not able to talk much to their patients and to make them aware or to educate them regarding their problems. So whenever a patient hears something like, okay, you take this tablet for your hypertension and you might have to take it for long, like maybe till your lifetime, then the patient is totally anxious and they will run to us. So the only ideal in them is that this medicine that they are being asked to take for their lifetime is something chemical. One thing is that chemical, and that chemical is going to damage you. That will ruin your kidney. That may cause some liver damage. So you have to get out of this issue. You have to find something else, natural, non-chemical. Okay, so that's the whole goal of that patient from then on. So then he starts looking for options. Then he will find an alternative medicine doctor, mostly a homeopath. So they will come to us. So as you know, we are the best marketers out there. So whenever they come in, the first thing that we might be telling them is that, okay, don't worry, we have better options in homeopathy, where you need not take it for your lifetime, maybe 1 year or 2 year, and you need not even begin that medicine. And if you begin with that chemical drug, then there is no option other than you won't be able to stop it. Then you will be forced to continue it. So better you don't start it. Then we will start with homeopathy. Then what happens? They are convinced, because their goal is to stop modern medicine. We have agreed to that. We have given the alternative. They're thinking that is going to help them. So the reality is that they might try it for 1 or 2 years, maybe 5 years. then they won't find any difference. Then they will shift the doctor. Then they will go for a doctor shopping for homeopaths. Okay. So again, another 3-5 years for that. So total maybe 6-7 years or 10 years. By the time that hypertension or the diabetes, that might have brought some permanent damage to your internal organs because it was not properly controlled. And finally, they will get their liver damaged, not because of the chemical drug, but because of the disease itself. Their kidney might be ruined, like one of the complications, the nephropathy. That's the complication, the most common complication of diabetes. They will get that. So the people are unaware of all this. And I still remember, even after coming out of all this, my father was hospitalized once for a stroke. And I was at the ICU in a hospital here, and I was just talking to the chief nurse there. So I asked her, what is the kind of people getting admitted and the most common reasons. So right away she was telling me, most people who are getting admitted here are those people who are not serious about treating their hypertension. The moment they hear that they are having hypertension and they are getting prescribed of a drug for that, they won't take it. They will go for Ayurveda, they will go for homeopathy, and finally end up with stroke, one of the complications. So my simple point here is that if you are really into avoiding stroke or a cardiac event, the two main things that you have to take control is diabetes and hypertension. We have better medicines these days, and if you take it, you are safe. You'll have a better outcome in your old age, a graceful aging, we call it. So that's the biggest goal. We all will age one day. What is the point of getting old by all sort of diseases, and we are not able to even walk on our two legs, nephropathy or some other conditions, or maybe paralyzed, hemiplegia, paraplegia, just because you could have avoided that stroke, cardiac event, or this kind of stroke events. We are not focused on that. And this happens because we are ill-informed. We are not properly guided. And the people who are supposed to guide, they are too busy practicing. So I always say that it's very difficult to curtail the growth of alternative system in our country, mainly because, or who are making them popular or who are making them grow is the real doctors. The moment they start speaking to the patients with compassion to educate them, the moment the alternative systems will start growing down. So that's what I have observed, and that I'm just speaking from my conviction and my experience, like how I hold on to these patients, and they stick with us just because of our talking skills, not because of the evidence that we carry with the performance of our medicines.
Yeah, I was just talking to Dr. Rohan Francis in the last podcast, and he said exactly this: alternative medicine shines where, or the hotbed of alternative medicine is the areas that are handled very poorly in modern medicine. So if we are somehow able to improve or increase the number of doctors so that a doctor can have lesser patients and hence can spend more time with the patient, that will automatically bring down alternative medicine. That's what you're saying.
One is that, and the second thing is the kind of exposure these modern medicine doctors are getting with regards to the health advices. You can just imagine, even you yourself have done multiple videos in debunking health misinformation. You know that. Even I am also doing a little part of that, like along with Dr. Abby and all. It's like misinformation is getting more exposure than the real information, and even most of the real information is paid. And you have to subscribe to a newspaper, or you have to subscribe to some journals, who are going to subscribe for or pay for a paid journal and read some information when you get all these beer biceps or some kind of the kind of information, misinformation that they are peddling, it is being getting a free run in our society. So to counter this, it's not just the practice, it's even this information, the misinformation. We have to control it, or we have to give the opposing views of those information through the same media. And that should be popularized. And there should be a mechanism where misinformation, that should be scrutinized and that should be taken out. We don't have that right now. We don't have such a mechanism in our country, at least. Even on social media, you can find some messages. If you find some information, you have an option of seeing, or you have an option of getting a message underneath, or a blinding kind of mechanism where it will be written there. This is not verified. This is probably a misinformation. There's a community flagging. Yeah, these kind of messages come there. But on a newspaper, print media, or a TV medias, you won't get such a thing. So that is even causing problems, like legitimizing misinformation. That is what is happening here. Yeah.
You mentioned that it was around 2015 when you started having debates against homeopathy. With who were these people you were having debates with, and on what platform?
To understand that, you need to understand about the fabric of this cult called as homeopathy, or any alternative medicine. It's just like a cult or a religion. Okay, so in a religion you have this ideology. Okay, the main thing is an ideology. Then you have the priesthood in a religion, or the godman, we call. Then we have set of rules you have to follow, the 10 commandments, or the what do you say, the cardinal principles, we call. You have to follow that. Then you have a blasphemy law in a religion, just like even in homeopathy you have that. If you do something against homeopathy, you will have to face some consequences. Then you have a code of silence as well. Okay, like if you leave this religion, then you have to obey certain rules. If you break that, you will be in trouble. Just like this mafias, omata we call it, this code of silence. That's how these mafias and cults and religions works. Even in Islam, you have this rule called you will be killed. The apostates are killed. Because why they are killed? Because they can cause problem against the religion. They can speak against the religion, Islam. So that's why they are asked to kill. So that's how it functions. Just like you have the priesthood in homeopathy. And who are the priests? That is the gurus, the leaders, the seniors in this practice, who are here since long. Like they might be having pretty good practice, they might be earning much, or they might be the leaders of the organizations inside the profession, even the professional organizations. Homeopathic, we have this IHK, Institution of Homeopaths Kerala, and you have Indian IHMA. Okay, Indian Homeopathic Medical Association. That's a parody of IMA. Okay, just like that. So there are multiple organizations. Even for private practitioners, you have organizations. For government practitioners, you have organizations like that. So they have certain preconceived goals and ideals, which they will follow, and they will ask others to follow. Okay, so that's how the rules are set. So when I say that I asked, or when I talked, or when I questioned, it is all these people who claim that homeopathy is safe, homeopathy is flourishing, homeopathy is scientific, homeopathy is having clear-cut answers for everything. These are the people who are telling us. And the most important part of this cult or this priesthood in homeopathy are the teachers, my teachers. Even now, I used to get some calls from some of those teachers, like, Arif, please don't speak like this. You haven't studied homeopathy so good. Maybe that's why you are not able to see this. I am seeing the cure every day. Even yesterday, I saw a cure walking to my clinic. This is how they try to stop me. I asked them. I'm not asking about anything bigger. I'm just asking about at least half an evidence of a published paper, an RCT, or a systematic review, or a meta-analysis to show that homeopathy works. Please don't bring this kind of personal experiences or anecdotes and testimonials. I have even more like that from my mullah, from my neighborhood. I had a mullah there. Yeah, he was like, he used to get thousands of people every day visiting him. What he's doing there? He's just giving out liters of water in which he prays into, and he blows into that, and he's giving away this water, liters of that. And people come there for schizophrenia, for infertility, then, then for cancer, okay, and then for psoriasis, for their lost kids. Anything, you come there, you can drink some water and you'll get all this. So my point, I used the same sentence. How do you distinguish a result or an outcome in homeopathy from the outcome from this person? There are multiple other persons like him. We have Kripasanam. There's another one. Kripasanam, that's most funniest one. Like, Kripasanam is so powerful that it can even increase the mileage of a bike when you put that paper in the fuel tank.
Kripasanam?
That's a newspaper. Not a newspaper. It's a religious, a journal kind of thing, a tabloid kind of thing that is being circulated, and that will be carrying a lot of personal experience. Like, I like if you wrap a lizard in a Kripasanam paper, in the morning you will get a dinosaur. That's the kind of effect. Okay. So people really believe in this, and what they do is they take this paper, they will make it into pieces, and they will put in the fuel tank of the vehicle they are running, believing that, and they vouch for that, and they even claim that my bike's mileage has improved. Very much objective. So my question is simple. How do you differentiate between adding Kripasanam into this fuel tank and adding this, the speed petrol or some premium petrol? What is the difference? How do you distinguish between this? So the same question. How do you distinguish between the cure or the relief that you attribute to homeopathy from this kind of spiritual healing? How do you differentiate? What is the scale or the benchmark by which you are comparing things? They are clueless, they are answerless, they are speechless. Then they resort to these blasphemy laws. And that's how they retaliated against all these things that I was doing. And I was, my certificate, not the BHMS certificate, my registration, my TCMC council registration was suspended for a year by these people. Because that was the least thing that they could do to stop me. Because they were not having a proper answer. Even now, they don't have such a thing. So that's it.
Do you have your license back now?
Yeah, it got reinstated after 1 year. It was like an automatic suspension and reinstallation. Okay. So yeah, that came back. So now I'm officially a doctor. But I don't call like that. And many people call me a doctor at times. And it's very difficult to correct them. So I just let them call.
Okay. So these were the people you were debating. Where were you talking? What platform were you talking on?
The best platform are the usual meetings we have, association, organization meetings we had. Then we have
face to face.
Yeah, face to face. We have face to face opportunities. Then we had social media groups were there. There are some large groups. of homeopathy doctors, and we have multiple WhatsApp groups. So all these platforms, some serious discussions were going on. All these brainstormings happened there. So there was one prominent group of WhatsApp group in Kerala where all the prominent doctors were there at one point of time.
Homeopaths?
Homeopaths. So they were having a lot of discussions there. And one fine day, I happened to see a news item from France. It was in 2017 or 18. And it was like France University drops homeopathic degree amid controversy. That was the title. So I just took a screenshot of that news and I posted it in this group by around early morning, maybe 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning. And I made a comment underneath, like Kerala Health University drops homeopathic degree amid controversy. I just made a parody statement of what happened in France. And it's for sure that will happen here one day. Kuhas or the Kerala Health University or any other health university, they will drop this course one day. Because it's not because it will be proved unscientific or it will be considered as something that is pseudoscience. That's not what is going to happen. There won't be people to take up this course. Okay. Already it's happening. The number of seats are getting vacant. It's not getting filled. People are abandoning the course midway during the course. And it's gaining traction, this awareness that we are creating. So slowly, the first institutions that will be forced to close will be the private institutions in homeopathy. That they have spent millions for these operations. And it's not viable to run an institution without students because it's basically business. So they will be forced to close. So that will happen for sure. And that's happening already. Slowly. And finally, in Kerala, we have 5 colleges and all these colleges are under government. So the salaries are paid by the government. So it will take some time in Kerala, but outside Kerala, that can happen anytime. And this new idea of this NEET examination, that has worsened the situation, in fact. The number of takers for these courses are getting down. So that can happen any day, maybe 10 or 15 years from now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we are expecting.
In your experience, when you were talking to all these seniors, have you ever come across someone who knew that what they were doing was some sort of BS, but still kept doing it? Have
Multiple.
you?
Yeah,
Okay.
multiple doctors are there. And we have a sole group for just for this.
Such doctors.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the only thing that is holding back for them, that is not to leave this profession, is the question of a future livelihood. Because they are already into this practice for more than 10 or 15 years or 20 years. And it's not easy to leave that behind and to forget about speaking against. It's all, everything is about, as I said in the beginning, that it's about the livelihood. It's about making money to live, that we are looking for these courses as a profession. So it's not serving the purpose. About that, the principles on which it is being found, whether it's scientific or it's not like we are fooling people. That consciousness is the problem. And that's the simple thing that was affecting me mostly. Because whenever I say something and I'm giving away these medicines in the beginning and all, though I was not aware of all this freethinking and scientific timber, the moment I started realizing that there is some problem in this, the first thing that came to my mind is about this, whether I'm fooling the people. Okay, and to add oil into this is something that I saw in a campaign video that happened in UK, where people will come to the pharmacies. They will stand in front of those pharmacies in groups, and they will be taking in homeopathic pills, and they will be saying in large groups, taking this, Homeopathy, there's nothing in it. 1023 Homeopathy, there's nothing in it. That's the campaign name. You'll still find the videos. It's there online. So I saw this in the beginning of my practice. So the very problem that came to the mind is, usually people, the patients come to us and they will say like, doctor, you gave some medicine pills and that bottle was taken by my kid and he took away all the medicines. What should I do now? Will something happen? Is my child in danger? This is what they're asking me. So in the beginning and all, I was like, okay, you have to be very careful. Look for some signs of some damages coming in. Maybe if he's showing some kind of distress, you come to me, I'll give the antidote. Antidoting water with antidote. Now So I used to say all this in the beginning. But later on, after seeing all these videos, 1023, the homeopathy, there is nothing in it. These videos, that too by streaming in 2G, the edge technology it was like. There was no broadband or some internet facilities like that we are seeing now. I was streaming this. And I was like, from the next moment onwards, when I get the same kind of people coming to me and telling about this medicine bottle being emptied by the kids in a go, I am in trouble. Okay, so I'll just say them from that day onwards, like, okay, nothing. Homeopathy is so safe that that can't cause you an overdose.
That won't make them think, right? Even if you tell them that, the patient is still, oh, okay, cool.
Sorry. It's like homeopathy is having artificial intelligence. It knows where to work and in whom to work. Just like I'll just add to that. That is something related to this arsenicum album that was given as the prophylactic for this COVID-19. So when this medicine was announced, it was a prophylactic. Okay, so the Ayush Ministry, they convened a meeting. The moment they heard about this COVID that was in China that day, so they convened a meeting in Delhi. COVID has not reached in India. COVID was detected first in Wuhan, China, and that was in well before in 2019, before 2020. And the first case arrived in India. That too was in Kerala, and that was in Jan 30 or 30, I think. But this meeting was called on Jan 28th in Delhi, even before the first case arrived in India. And they sat there and they were having a meeting over a cup of tea and snacks. And they decided upon arsenicum album as the prophylactic. And they published it. Gave out the protocols and the regulations of all those things, like the medicine, how it could be should be given and all. But the problem then came that it was called as a prophylactic. So obviously the people around who are well aware of how the science works and how this medicine works, they started questioning this. It drew much flake. So later on, what this Ayush ministry did was they changed the name from prophylactic to immune booster. Okay, so now we are talking about about this arsenicum album in the perspective of a patient. So yesterday I took arsenicum album thinking it is a prophylactic. Today I am taking the same medicine thinking it is an immune booster. I'm asking, we were having this discussion, like, what is the perspective of this arsenicum album? How arsenicum album identifies, like, whether I am an immune booster or whether I am a prophylactic, because it's not just a change in word. Both are a huge differences of C's, we can call it. Like an immune booster means what? There's nothing called boosting immunity. Okay, it's a misnomer and it's a false terminology. There's nothing called that. But a prophylactic means what? That is something you give a medicine even before you get the trouble. Simple terms. So when the disease occurs, you will get an early intervention. Like the symptoms won't be too much harsh. You will get an early recovery. That's the simple aim. Even the best prophylactic is a condom. Okay, it was used that way to prevent STDs. So imagine calling a condom as an immune booster. Okay. So they are least aware of these name changes. Okay, of course, we agree that the name change is for a serious issue, so let us name it. The name prophylactic was a wrong name. Okay. Now imagine the arsenicum album goes into your body. Okay. Arsenicum album is also the medicine that is being given to treat infertility, to treat cancer, to treat your cold, your psoriasis, asthma, many other conditions. It is a common medicine that is being given, even for diarrhea. And this patient takes in this arsenicum album as an immune booster. That patient is already having some cold or some diarrhea. Arsenicum album goes in. What will arsenicum album do? To boost immunity or to cure infertility? Just imagine the dilemma of that medicine. Then comes the artificial intelligence that kicks in. Arsenicum album will decide for itself. Now the priority is for COVID. We'll go for COVID.
The unfortunate thing is that the common public, they're not aware of the fact that the Ayush ministry is pure fraud, pure scam. They're not aware of the fact that a medicine, you have a medicine, arsenicum album in this case. You can't have it behave one way in one patient and a different way in someone else. The common public is not aware of this. That's
What I said is even more dangerous. The arsenicum album taken in by an infertile person, and how we can imagine that a person with an infertility or a cancer or a simple cold taking arsenicum album as an immune booster, how this medicine act differently to boost immunity. Forget about different persons. The same person. How can it act like that? See, our people, the people of this country, not just India, it's all over the world. Like people are not aware of how these things are functioning or how this should be observed. They are not having an idea, and there is the role of people like us doing all these works, and it's the effort that is being taken. Yeah. So it's not easy.
Brandolini's law.
Yeah.
It's very easy to spread BS, very hard to debunk BS. So, and this lack of awareness is where these scamsters find the perfect opportunity to make money.
That's it.
And people aren't aware of this. And the story you said earlier about one of your patients, their child emptying a whole bottle, that reminded me of something that happened. A similar thing that happened with me. And I mentioned this in one of my early videos on debunking homeopathy. The story was that my sister showed when she was very little, she showed symptoms of what we thought might be mumps. She had some swelling and stuff. And at the same time, my mother had some, BP medications and stuff. So we went to a homeopath and we got medicines for both. When my mother got home, she mixed up the bottles because they all looked the same. So she got really scared. She was like, "Oh my God, what will this doctor say? What is my punishment? What did she punish me with for messing up her
medicine bottles?"
Yeah. She went back to the doctor, prepared for whatever the doctor might say. But the doctor just took the bottles, went back inside, and came back out with 2 new bottles and gave it to my mother. I was like, that's it. I was probably 8 years old back then, 8 or 9 something, and I thought, wait, what? What did I just see? What just happened? Like, yeah, I think this was around a turning point for me also. I started thinking more rationally, not only about homeopathy and medicine, all these things, but religion and everything. But yeah, it took.
I have some experience like that as well.
Okay.
Like in one of my clinics in the early days, I didn't have a staff to help me with the medicine preparation in the dispensing. So when it comes to the evening clinics and all, there will be good number of people there. So it will be a bit rush hours. So that time I used to make the medicines. So since it was rush and I was used to the place where these medicine bottles were kept. So when these fever and all such complaints comes, I'll just send my hands to the medicine shelf and I'll take the bottle. In my mind, there is I know it is that belladonna. That is the medicine that I'm taking out. And I'll just pour it into the bottle. I'll add 3 or 4 drops into the bottle. And just before placing it there, or maybe just before putting the drops, I'll just look at the name to confirm whether it is belladonna itself. Then I'll be shocked to see that it was not belladonna. It was some other medicine like Bellis pernis or some other medicine beginning with B, or maybe any other replacements could happen. So then I used to think, okay, this is something, the fate of that patient or the godly intervention that helped me choose the right medicine. Okay. I was about to take another medicine, but my hand involuntarily went there and I took this.
God sent your
Yeah,
hand
this is
to
the
the
God's
right
hands. So then I won't keep it back. Maybe I'll just add that medicine and I'll send it to the patients. And I started seeing wonderful cures even after doing that, the before after picture. Then I started thinking, oh, so if even the spellings don't matters,
Matter.
then what's happening here? This is
Was that the time you realized that this is all
it's a
scam?
process, and these were the instances where I started realizing there are some material in what the skeptics are saying about homeopathy. There is something is there. So I started watching them. I started listening to them. I started reading through what they are telling as reference and all such things. And the most important aspect is the Singona bark experiment. Okay, so even I was into some molecular imprints therapeutics, one another aspect of how homeopathy works, one another theory that was there. I was really into that because that school of thought, that kind of work that we were doing, it really addresses the problems in homeopathy, the problem of vital force, the problem of potentization, the ultra dilutions and everything. So it was addressed there. So I was really interested in that, except for the similia similibus, that is the core principle of homeopathy. That was not addressed there. Later on, I realized that through the works of Edzard Ernst and all, some one German blogger is there, science communicator. He's so good at debunking homeopathy, especially. He was a homeopath. Okay, so now he's a skeptic of homeopathy. So he had some papers, and I happened to read that. And it was something related to the Singona bark experiment, where it was tried to, that experiment was redone, and it was not reproduced, that experiment. And I started thinking, Hahnemann got all these symptoms of intermittent fever after taking Singona bark, the extract of Singona bark. And the same medicine or the same extract is given on a daily basis in our colleges and in our hospitals. And still we are not seeing any kind of Singona bark experiment getting repeated as Hahnemann was seeing. So then
Hahnemann or
Hahnemann,
the German debunker.
He mentioned about this study
Okay,
of this
okay.
the
Sorry.
study getting
Yeah.
repeated. Yeah. So Hahnemann got this experience after taking Singona bark, and he did that only just once. And the biggest problem with that observation is that it was statistically insignificant. Okay, that idea of statistical significance only that came so later in my perspectives while addressing all these issues, and that is the most important thing. Whenever we talk about any scientific papers or any things like that, we always say about the p-value.
P-value.
Yeah, so it's so much important, the statistical significance. You take the homeopathic papers, the homeopathic literature, even from Hahnemann's time, you won't find such a significance. All the medicine experiments that was done in his books, original works, and those being done afterwards after him, like many other stalwarts are there, the number of people who experienced those symptoms after taking this medicine or that drug, this main thing, statistical significance, is something that is lacking there. So it was a wrong observation, wrongly interpreted, and based on that, the whole mountain of homeopathy is built up. So it's on a very flimsy ground that it's built up. So that's why we are saying that it's very easy to topple homeopathy, except if the modern medicine real doctors are not speaking properly to their patients. It's very difficult. Otherwise, it's so easy. Just a matter of a few years, you speak properly, alternative medicine will come to an end.
I think now we should. I want you to tell me how this sort of thinking led you to the path of ex-Muslimhood.
Yeah, I think I just mentioned about the debates that was going on in the social media groups and the other platforms like WhatsApp groups, where the stalwarts, I was talking to them. They were the stalwarts, the gurus. So while these heated debates were going on, I was still a believer, and I used to tell them, okay, just wait for a moment. I'll just offer my namaz and I'll come back. Or I'll just break my fast and come back, like that. So they used to ask me. For them, they were thinking me like a free thinker or as an atheist. But for me, I was not an atheist. I was just putting this scientific temper in action while questioning homeopathy. That's what I was simply doing. But they made me an atheist, in fact. So they forced me to question, or they forced me to apply this same scientific temper or this scientific
Wait, they as in your senior homeopath?
these homeopaths to whom I was arguing.
Okay.
With whom I was
Did they actively do it, or they were
that's what
the
I'm
ones
saying.
who caused it?
When any person criticize homeopathy, the simple idea is that he or she is criticizing homeopathy because he is a free thinker, or he is an atheist or a rationalist. Simply put, he is a rationalist. A rationalist means he is an atheist. That's how it is being observed in a broader aspect. So they were thinking that I was a rationalist. I was not a rationalist. I was just a homeopathy person who found some problem with homeopathy. I was simply that. I was not ever, I didn't ever thought of, in my wildest dreams, I never thought of criticizing Islam or leaving Islam altogether. Because for me, Islam was true. Islam was the perfect religion. There was no problem with Islam. That's what I was believing. But these people, mistakenly thinking that I was a rationalist, they started mocking me. Okay, by asking me questions like, what kind of rationalist are you? A rationalist who questions homeopathy but prays. A rationalist who is criticizing homeopathy but offers namaz or he observes fast. So I was really thinking about that. Okay, there's something in that. So I started applying the same things. Then came some personal issues in my life where I had to go through a divorce process. So during that time, I was into retrospecting my actions, like the decision that I took while making this divorce decision. So it was like being a kind of perfectionist, a kind of person like that. I was like, whether the actions I committed, the words I spoke, or the things that I was preaching about those days, was it right? I was giving a second thought about that. Then I came to know, or I got a slight idea about this misogyny, the concept of misogyny. Okay. Until that point of time, I was not aware of such a thing. I didn't know that such a thing existed, that we can be against women. A man can be anti-woman. Okay. There was no such an idea, because for being a man in a Muslim society, Muslim community, is being a man itself is a privilege. Being a Muslim man is multiples of that. You are extra privileged. Like you will get double property rights. Okay, you can marry 4 times, 4 times marriage.
And your word in court is twice
Yeah,
worth.
yeah. Intelligence is more.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So, Muslim man has more intelligence. Not just Muslim man has more intelligence than a woman. That's how the Prophet teaches us. I was slowly entering into that area. It's a minefield. I slowly realized. So then I started seeing some of the videos and some presentations from other people who are real rationalists. Then I started listening to them, and I found real debates and criticism.
So, can you give me examples of people that
Yeah,
you
one
listen to?
the best and the most watched rationalist from Kerala was Ravichandran.
Okay.
So I started listening to his criticism of homeopathy. Then finally, I happened to see the criticism that he makes on Islam as well. Like that, we have Vaishagan Thambi. Another, he's a physicist, and he makes good points on this criticism of homeopathy. Then we have Vishwanathan, Dr. Vishwanathan. He's an orthopedician, and he does multiple videos on this topic itself. And he has even shown an experiment where how this homeopathy drugs are fake homeopathy drugs. That is phenolphthalein, one of the main components of a medicine that is being used in homeopathy for relieving constipation, really contains material amount of this banned drug in modern medicine, that is phenolphthalein. So phenolphthalein was a drug that was used in modern medicine for constipation, and it was banned because later on it was found out that that can cause some cancers, especially the bladder cancer. So it was withdrawn from the market. But still, homeopathy, even now, even when we are talking at this point, it is being used in homeopathy, and it's still a part of that. And after we raise some of the concerns about this medicine, some pharmacies stopped including this, and those medicines were out of out of job or out of market, because that never worked again. Because that what was working in those medicines were this phenolphthalein itself. So if you withdraw phenolphthalein from that, then what is left is some other herbs, which you can just consider it as some drinking some tea. There's no point in having one or two leaves in your in a warm water. It's just like that. But having phenolphthalein in it, that too in the right proportion, in the right dosage, then it acts. So it's not homeopathy that is working. So Vishwanathan C did a on-stage experiment showing this by doing some chemical experiment there. So that's the quality of his videos were. So like that, multiple people. And through homeopathy, I started watching all these. Later on, I started seeing the criticism of Islam, that too from E.A. Jabbar mainly. So he was known for this criticism of Islam. And one point that he was raising was about hijab, the recent Karnataka Hijab issue and all.
Yeah.
So
I have some
yeah,
questions
so
on that.
hijab he was talking about, and it was like he was making a point very much clear, and that was so striking in that video. He was telling about hijab, where whenever we speak about any verses in Quran which speaks about cruelty, which speaks about inhuman ways of action, which enforces such things. What these moments or the believers say is that, oh, okay, that verse is not for us, it's for the wartime. That's some verse for that war period. So when the war is over, there's no point of having that that verse. That's what they are intending to say. The point here is that if you say this, that verse is for wartime and it's not for us, then it implies that this kitab, that is the Quran, has already gotten out of time, like it has gone outdated. So if a book that is getting outdated, that means it was not from a god. That was made by the human beings, because only a human being be able to make something or do something that is confined to a period of time. But if a god does something, that should be timeless, placeless. It should be boundaryless. But this is not like that.
I'm starting to think like an apologist and come up with counterpoints to what
Yeah.
you're saying. So, if I were an apologist, I would say, see, whatever God said was interpreted by a human being. So, he probably wrote the verses in a way that will be conveyed or understood by the people of that time. That's why it's time bound. So, those are not God's actual words, those are the interpreted words from God.
Yeah, but this would have been true if it was something related to any other religion other than Islam.
Islam says it's directly,
It's directly from the God. So that's why we are saying Islam is failing because of the kitab. It's no person is required to beat Islam. Everything that is required to beat Islam is within the kitab. Quran itself can fail Islam. That's what we are saying. Because if you say that this is outdated, then you are saying that God is a man, a human being. If you are saying that this is interpreted, or it was the wrong interpretation that was the problem that caused, and it's not the true words, there are some Muslims, sects of Muslims, who says this. They say this is not the right Quran. The original Quran is missing. That's what they say. If they say that, then the preservation of Quran, that is not happened. So that means, again, a failure. And if you say that interpretation, you have to look for the right interpretation, then again God fails. Why? Because a God is incapable of saying something plainly to his creatures. Even we have the kids magazines which speaks so fluently and it doesn't require a translator, it doesn't require a interpreter. But something like a religious text requires how many volumes you want? Hundreds, thousands of interpretations, kitabs. Interpretation of interpretation. This is how it goes. 3 times levels of interpretation we have. One interpretation, second interpretation, like that. So everywhere you take each and every point, it points towards the failure of Islam or the concept of God itself. So that won't work here.
Okay, so you started listening to these rationalists who are speaking about both homeopathy and Islam.
In the beginning,
As in, oh, that's your
I was looking for homeopathy.
Okay.
I happened to stumble upon these people
Okay.
who were speaking about homeopathy. Later on, I saw that not just homeopathy that they are speaking of, they are also speaking of Islam. And not that, there are certain other rationalists who are not speaking about homeopathy, but they are only speaking about Islam, like E.A. Jabbar and many other people. So that was something very much serious. I started listening to them. And along with that, this problem that I was telling about my personal life, that was also going on there. And it became clearer and clearer that I was doing this. I was a misogynistic person. Okay, in the past. I started realizing that what I did, thinking that it was right, was something that was anti-women. Okay, so I started realizing that. So, but by the time everything was over, so there was no point in going back. No more homecoming. So that was over. So then I decided, okay. By the time my second marriage was all over, so there's no point in going back. If I was a Muslim, I could have like I can marry 3 or 4 times. But by the time I realized all this, I started going away from Islam. So this happened. Like misogyny was the first point that made me think otherwise. Like, if it was by a god, how can a god be misogynistic like this? How can a god ask the male member, like the husband, to beat a woman because fearing disobedience? That's what he says. How can a god say that? So there are certain apologists who say that, okay, that is something God knows about the women, and they require such disciplining actions. He knows better than us. Even my mother told me this. I won't object if your father beat me, because this is part of the religion. So there are people, this slave mentality of these believers that is nurturing these kind of false beliefs. And even when we talk about these evil thoughts like misogyny or the slave mentality or multiple other things, the patriarchal values which we are always opposing, all these are not just by the perpetrators that is getting promoted here. The person who are at the receiving end, the victims, they are also promoting it. And that we call it as an internalized misogyny, we call, when speaking about misogyny. That is, women themselves, they are promoting it. Okay, we are weak, we are like this, there's no point in arguing with us, we are like that, our hormones are the trouble. When a woman is saying this, they are actually promoting these kind of evil thoughts.
I think how Christianity promotes misogyny or justifies misogyny is by saying that it was Eve in the story of Adam and Eve who led to the downfall of man. So, does what does Islam? How does Islam justify misogyny? Does it have any stories or ideas like that?
To justify this, Islam makes a point very clear. It is something like, um, women are sorry the men are the protectors of women. This is the simple statement that Quran states. Men are the protectors or the caretakers of women. That means a husband and a wife. In every wake of life, it's like that. So that means a woman is considered as a property. Okay, it's a commodity. So when Islam speaks about the rules of business and multiple other things, or to teach us some rules related to some of the rituals, women are counted among those things. For example, there's a hadith where it speaks about those things that cancels your prayer. Okay, so that means when I'm praying standing like this in the masjid or in outside the compound, if anything passed before us, like in front of us, the prayer can be cancelled. Okay, and for that, 3 things are counted. Main 3 things. One is a donkey. So I'm praying like this, and a donkey passes in front of me. I have to pray again. This gets cancelled. Okay, and the second thing is a dog. What is the third thing?
Woman.
Yeah, this is how Islam considers. And when we say woman, usually we think that, okay, that is a woman. No, it is free woman. Then there is another category called slave woman. The rules pertaining to slave women are entirely different. For example, the hijab issue. So you take the hijab, the most heard argument for hijab is that hijab is a dress and it is a part of choice, dress choice, and it is a part of religious choice. This is the main argument that they are making. And one thing that I would like to ask here is that when we are seeing all the atrocities that is going on in Iran, just for defying this compulsory hijab rules, Mahsa Amini got killed there. You might be aware of that. How a person can say this, at least hijab is a choice and it is a part of a dress? That is the first question that every believer should ask themselves. And the second thing is, Islam portrays hijab not as a dress.
It's a rule.
It is not a dress at all. It is a piece of cloth used as a religious symbol. Okay. Religious symbol it is. It's not a dress. So when we say something is a dress, there's a simple definition for that. What is a dress? Dress is something that we use to cover ourselves, to out of humility. We do that. Okay, so
Or
that's
to protect us from the
many other
elements.
things. Yeah, it's something. It has a function. Dress has a function, basically. But hijab is not that. For that to understand, a woman, if she, instead of wearing that hijab, she wears a hoodie, that is not considered as a hijab. If she wears a helmet without a scarf, that's not considered as a hijab.
Scarf as in?
Means that cloth that wear over the head.
Okay.
That is not considered as a hijab. If she puts some simple cloth or some cap. So covering the head, protecting the head, humility, this is not what hijab is. Hijab is a cloth which should be like this. And one another example I can give you. There's an incident that happened recently in Kerala. There, in a college, the principal, one of the teachers, they asked the students of a class to come and wear and come black dress for a mime competition in this college. So they went home, and they were all boys. Okay, they were all boys. So they went home and they wanted black dress. So which is the most easily available black dress in a home? Usually the parda it is. Okay, so what they did is, okay, every boy, they had a mother or a sister or someone like that. So they took a black parda, they wore it, and they came to the college or the school the next day. The very moment they reached and they started doing this mime, that competition, then came the the jihadis marching inside, and they were locking the principal, and they wanted an apology from him. Why? Because they wore a parda, and they were accusing him of that. He forced these students to mock parda. So I'm asking, if parda that they wore, a black dress, if it was a dress, and if it was a black chudidar or a black sari, will anyone come to a college and lock up the principal? If it was a chudidar, will anyone come there? No. But since it was a parda, they came in and they wanted an apology. So that itself shows simply that it was not a dress. It was implying to something, and that is religion. So that's what we are saying. It is not a dress. It is a religious symbol. So what I'm saying is, even if apart from all these rules and how this is being observed, a Muslim slave woman is not allowed to wear this. So there is a Khalifa in Islam, Khalifa Umar. Umar is so famous that once even Gandhiji was telling that we want the Umar's reign in India. Okay, so that's how he's being popularized and glorified. Umar's reign, Khalifa Umar. What this Khalifa did was, he was coming into one of his companions' home or something like that, and he saw a woman wearing a hijab. Okay, so by seeing her, he recognized, and he asked her, "Are you freed?" Okay, or are you still a slave? He was asking her. So she told, no, I am not freed. I am still a slave woman. Then the next question is, then why are you wearing this hijab? Why are you covering your head? And why are you resembling a free woman? That's the question he asked. Then she was taken aback, this girl, this slave girl. And he asked, now, okay, remove your hijab. So she was not willing to remove that. Then what Umar did was, Umar was having a stick with him. He forcefully beat her, and he made her remove this hijab.
Where did this happen?
During
And when?
During his time, that uh, in this Islamic period.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Khalifa
in
Umar.
Arabia.
Yeah, Saudi, in this Arabian world. Khalifa Umar, the second Khalifa. So this is what the hijab is in Islam. It is only for the free woman. So what I am asking, as or all the ex-Muslims, we are asking the same question: is if the hijab is for empowerment, if the hijab is for the upliftment of women, and if it is implying the freedom of a woman, and if it is a dress, and if it is something that is related to the freedom of their choice and all, then why not that is being allowed for a slave girl, even if she is a Muslim? That's the point. So that's not there. So what is then hijab? How it is becoming a freedom? There is a freedom, and that's not to decide to wear or not wear, but to choose between the colors. You can wear a black hijab or a red hijab or a yellow hijab. That's the only choice. Not to wear hijab, what happens is, if you are in a really Sharia or Islamic country like Iran or in Afghanistan that you are seeing right now, you will be getting killed. If you are questioning that, you are in fact questioning the God. So they are terming it as the waging war against the God. That's how they classify this crime, defying the Islamic laws. And the punishment for such acts is that either you will be killed, or you will be your hands and feet will be cut off from the opposite sides, or you will be made to exile. This is what
Opposite
happens.
side, system? Right hand and
TJ
left hand.
Joseph, you know him.
I don't.
Yeah, he was the professor, TJ Joseph. He wrote something in a question paper, and that was alleged.
I think I know this.
Yeah, so he was being said that he mocked the prophet, and these people came in and they chop off his right hand and left leg. That's what they did. So this is the punishment, and this is as per the verses in Quran. That is the chapter 5, verse 33, 533. They enacted that rule present in that. So this is what happens, and this is what we are seeing in Iran, what we are seeing in Afghanistan, waging war against the God, or the causing corruption in the land. That's how they term this.
So, what's your thought on the Karnataka Hijab rule?
Karnataka Hijab rule, it's 2-3 points are there. Okay, because I can say it that way because there are a lot of controversies in our circle, like in the ex-Muslim circle and the free thinker circle. They were all supporting the hijabi girls in Karnataka, but I was not. My point is that if there is a uniform code, means a dress code in a school, that has to be obeyed. Uniform has a function. There's a role for that. And if a portion of the community is coming forward, and if they are trying to hijack that uniform, and they are trying to infiltrate their religious symbols into that, obviously there will be counter arguments, and there will be counter agitations against that. What is happening here is that only the counter agitations are getting view, and that is getting more publicity. I would say that it is a uniform jihad. A normal school running there with proper uniform codes, a group of people coming in. We want our dress to to be part of this uniform. That is what is called a uniform jihadi. We shouldn't allow that. A school has to be secular. If there is a secular mode of operations, that has to be preserved. If one section of the people who comes and ask their religious symbols to be present there, ask them there, then it is a chance for other religion. And we have already seen some of the statements by these people, that is education, hijab first, Islam first, education second. This is what they were telling. So that's not the right way of allowing things. We have to correct them. If we let them say this again and again, if we succumb to what they were telling, that will persist there. What they were trying to convey will be legitimized. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't ever do anything that normalizes a hijab, which is not a dress. That's it.
I have a question here. So I completely agree with you that hijab is a symbol of patriarchy and it should go away. But shouldn't that process of going away, or shouldn't that process of woman choosing not to wear hijab be her choice? Like, should we forcefully ban, uh, hijabs? I understand. Maybe I think I agree with you in the context of schools, school uniforms. I think you have a point there. I agree with that. But a hijab ban is going in the other extreme, right?
There was no hijab ban in a public place. That was wrongly construed, I would say. It was completely focused on school uniforms. We were not talking about banning hijab in a public space. It was not that. If that was happening, I would definitely say that's not the right way. But if we say that in certain places you shouldn't wear this, in certain places you shouldn't do that, that's part of certain rules we observe for various reasons, security reasons, maybe for many other to preserve secular values. There are multiple reasons for making such rules, but it's not as we see in France. We can see this.
Yeah, I was about to
Yeah.
talk about this.
In France also, they haven't banned hijab. They banned face coverings. Okay, that's what they banned. It's not the face. It's not the hijab that they have banned in the public spaces. Just imagine, even 1 or 2 days before, we saw certain people using this as a cover, face cover, while doing robbery. How do we find the people behind such things if they cover and everybody is walking face covered? They're not exposed. That is a social threat. We should say that. Why should we fear the sunk? Or I would say that it's like we are becoming more like a woke extremist or woke terrorist. That's too much bad for this coexistence. What is right, we should say that is right. What is wrong, we should say that is wrong. We should not extrapolate things and find wrong in every good thing, or even the opposite way. But this is what happens when you are woke. You will be focused on the wrong things always. Even in good things, you will always look for some point where you can disagree and you can ignite a controversy. That's what we see. That in fact, in India right now, what I'm seeing is that is giving a good mileage for the right wing here. That's what is happening here. Even when we named this Shiva Shakti point for that moon landing site, that was made into a big debate. I would say that was totally useless, because we have multiple names which are related to God, and even we have this CERN, that particle accelerator. We call the particle God particle. Okay, why we are doing that? So it's like we are finding common grounds where the differences can be obliterated. That can be normalized where people can coexist. Okay, so that can be made something. That's a part of what do you say? Coexistence is how made popular. But what we see here today is that I will have only halal food. I will only be friends with Muslims. We are opposing coexistence. I will only celebrate Muslim festivals. I will only celebrate Christian festivals. Just imagine, everybody is saying this. That is the reason why I always say that in India, why we are still a democratic, secular country is because the majority of the population here who are Hindu believers, or that people under Hindu religion, they observe these values more than the religion. They are not the right wing. They value these things. And it's very difficult to make those people anti-secular or anti-democratic. But it's very easy to make a common Muslim here anti-secular and anti-democratic. You just make him listen Zakir Naik for 3 days consecutive. Yeah, he can become anti-secular. He will speak against secular values. What we saw in the NRC, this CAA protests here, those students who were in front of those agitations, protests. I don't remember the name, Ladida, Sakalain, and multiple other names. They openly written on their Facebook posts that hell with your secular slogans. That's what they wrote there. We are the grandsons and daughters of Ali Musliar, Variam Kundan, that is the 1921, and Karbala, the Badr. So these are the bloody massacres or the wars that happened during the Islamic period and all, where people were they were killing the non-Muslims, and they were retaliating, in fact. And they are talking high about that, not about secularism, not about coexistence, not about democracy. And that's why we always oppose that, calling a religious slogan, La ilaha illallah, in a protest that was for against this citizenship amendment bill. That was wrong. But these people were wrongly led, and their intentions were thrown out by these things, thanks to social media. Otherwise, we wouldn't know that. So that's it.
So, another question I have is, see, in Kerala, it's a little different from the rest of India because Muslims have a significant section of population. But if we take India as a whole, when you have legislations that take power away from Muslims, uh, isn't that like oppressing the already oppressed?
Like
What's
what?
your thought on that?
Like what? Means taking
Like
away the means?
Citizenship Amendment Act.
It
for
was not
instance.
taking away anything. That was wrongly popularized by these jihadists.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that the act prevented Muslims from nearby Muslim countries entering India and gaining citizenship, right?
See, you can say it that way, but the real or the real definition was not that.
Okay.
Okay, it's like how it was popularized was not this way. It was popularized as something. If that bill comes into existence, what happens next is that every Muslim in this country will be forced to prove their citizenship, and that will lead multiple Muslims to leave this country. That's how it was popularized. That was totally wrong. That was not the function of that bill. No Muslim from this country who is a proven citizen of this country living for multiple years here won't be asked to leave this country. It won't happen. That's not the that was never the problem that was created. The thing is, usually we give citizenship to other people coming to our country. And while doing that, this bill made a statement that those people coming from other countries who are facing religious persecution other than Muslims. This was made. So the aim was to protect and to safeguard the lives of those minorities in Muslim countries where they were facing religious persecution. That was their issue. So, for example, you during this partition of India, almost 15 to 20% of Hindus were there in Pakistan. Now we have less than 5% or 10%, below 10%. I don't exactly remember the number, but it is dwindling down year by year. You go into Afghanistan, very recently there was a UN report where the religious minorities there, especially the Sikhs and the Hindu population, they have come down. So in Bangladesh, there also we are seeing this. And at the same time, what we are seeing here is that for jihadi activities, there are illegal immigrants coming into our place. So there is a problem here where we are not able to differentiate between legal and illegal, and we are not able to give legitimate citizenship to those who are eligible. So they needed a means for that. So for that they came up with this solution. And the problem here is that India is a secular country. So while we are making a rule for something, putting there a filter using a religion, that is a wrong beginning. If you do that successfully once, that can be made or that can be repeated multiple other times for multiple other reasons. So that has to be stopped. And that is the point where we disagreed. Apart from that, giving religious or giving the citizenship for those deserving people, there was no point. There was no point in opposing that. And above that, no Muslim in this country will be asked to leave. By obscuring all these facts, they were giving a false interpretation or a false belief to other people, especially Muslim, that you are going to leave this country. You will be forced to migrate to Pakistan. That's how it was made it popular here. So that was the whole issue of that. But so who did this? Who are the people behind all these false narratives that was built upon this? That was this Popular Front, SDPI, these kind of Islamic extremist organizations who were trying to cash in the political gains through these instances or these kind of policy changes. And many other political parties, including the Communist Party in our state, they were also helping them by aligning with their viewpoint, even though it was false. So that's where we disagree with them. We will support something if that is true and if that is right. We will oppose something if that is not right and if that is false and if that is bad to our community. And it's not, we are not opposing something or supporting something not because we are a political slave or a born opposition. It's not like that. Fact-based politics, we call it. Factually, we assess things. If it is right and if it has to be supported, we support. If it is not factually right, we have to oppose it.
I I don't know the exact details, but a friend of mine, I believe his father came from Bangladesh, and I think uh, he came in illegally. I'm not very sure, but I think he did. But he had been living in India for 50, 60 plus years, I think, at least 30, 40. Under this bill, he would have had to leave India. Even though, again, I don't fully know the details. I don't know why he didn't have an Indian citizenship. But yeah, isn't that unfair?
Of course, there will be problems like this. Okay, even we had certain instances where fluently Malayalam speaking Pakistanis, they were asked to leave even before this bill was coming into force. So this rule was there even before. to prove your legitimacy of being an Indian citizenship. So that's not something new. It was there. I don't remember exactly the name and year, but very recently, a person who was fighting for his Indian citizenship, and he was living in Kerala. He was asked to go back, and he was almost 90, in his 90s. So there are issues, citizenship, to prove citizenship, and it's not just particular to India. You go to any other country, you'll find this, especially nearing to the borders and all. And for India, that will obviously be a problem when we speak about this partition and the related troubles. So that doesn't mean that we have to oppose such a move. Citizenship for deserved people, that should be given. And now what has happened is it is getting delayed. And who is getting affected here? For one or two people, we are letting majority people suffer. So what we are saying is that we are human beings, and we are running our country. We are finding ways out. So we will have to face problems. We will solve it and move ahead. So we have to face it.
I'm giving you anecdotes for statistical problems, just like alternative medicine.
Yeah.
I'd like to take a small break here and mention that as an independent content creator, my main source of income is my audience. If you'd like to support me through Patreon, Buy Me Coffee, YouTube memberships, or UPI, you can find the links below. This will enable me to travel to different locations and bring you these interesting podcasts with interesting people. And now let's get back to the discussion. You became an ex-Muslim. You were an ex-Homeopath. So, how did being an ex-Homeopath influence, or how did it help or not help, or how did it affect your journey into being an ex-Muslim?
Yeah, I told you that I was not a rationalist while I was criticizing homeopathy. I was just finding the problems and I was trying to find the solution. But later on, all those debates and all such discourses led me into rationalism. That means free thinking. Now, I applied the same into religion. Then I came into this. But now I would say that I'm finding more avenues where this free thinking can be applied. It's not just religion, and it's not just uh, this medicine. So we have multiple other areas. Okay, so we can apply there. And most important, the prime importance that I find here is politics. There's no free thinking in politics now. Today, the politics in our country, and moreover, all over the world, what we see is led by hate. It's the hate politics that we are seeing everywhere. If you are into some political party, there are certain rules where the prime rule is to hate the opposition. Whatever good things that they do, you have to hate it and you have to criticize it. There's no point in giving them a plus mark. That's what we are taught. So that has to change. Okay, in India especially, because India cannot go further like what we are seeing today, because only by switching on to these kind of fact-based politics and fact-based policy changes, we can improve. Obviously, we will improve, and we improved from the past. But just comparing with the other countries, it was, if I would say that it was snail's speed, that is a shame for the snail. Okay, so we have to pace up, and for that we have to change our ways. So the influence of becoming an ex-Muslim, if that was the incorporation of free thinking into our personal lives and other things, I think that influence should be taken forward.
So, what made you want to become a communicator, a public communicator?
I was a communicator, being a homeopath.
No, as in, let's say your free thinking
Yeah,
views.
I would
What
say,
made you
yeah.
want to communicate those?
Yeah, I was coming to that. Like, I was a communicator by profession, like being a homeopath. So I knew how to do this, and I knew that people used to listen. Okay, so, and I knew that what they wanted. Okay, because everyone is having an inquisitive mind. They wanted something new always. If we keep on saying the same things, they will get bored of. So that's what I have seen. But never I imagined that I would be someone who will speak against all this in a public platform. And I usually I'm very much fortunate and thankful that I lived in a time when there was no mobile phones like that we see today. Otherwise, you would have listened to multiple, what do you say, foolish things that I have told during my those days while speaking at health events. Being a homeopath, I used to talk about chemophobia. Means I used to promote chemophobia. I used to talk high about this alternative system, like the role of Ayurveda, the role of homeopathy, all these things. So just imagine if there were some camera systems like that we see today, so common, and internet. Thanks to Ambani that he came so later. Otherwise, everything will be there online.
Yeah.
So like that, I used to talk like that to promote health awareness. So soon I switched into promoting health rather than promoting alternative medicine. Then I was like a promoter of organ donation, then cancer awareness and tuberculosis awareness, then lifestyle disease awareness, nutrition awareness. So like this many general topics and health related topics that I used to take. So I was into this, and those instances I never spoke of alternative systems or any other things, because by that time I had completely distanced myself from all such things. And later on, after coming out of this homeopathy also, I was just into my business. Like, I have to live. So I was focused on that. But at that time, I came out of the religion. And I was aware that when you come out of religion and when you renounce religion, you will face some problems. That's what I usually hear. That's what I was hearing those days. But I never experienced it. Okay, so I was okay. I thought like maybe some there are some people who might experience this. Anyway, I'm happy. I'm lucky enough that my family is so understanding that they even they are not taking it much seriously, and I'm so happy for that. I was so happy for that. But the moment I started writing some small things on internet, Facebook, making some funny comments, or in my family groups, where in every family groups you will have a person who will be a promoter of a religion. No,
A follower, okay.
an ardent follower. So he'll be always, or he or she will be always injecting these kind of things. Like in Islam, if you say that it's something related to the fear of hell that is being promoted every day. Every Muslim who is a Muslim today, he stays as a Muslim, lives as a Muslim just because he fears hell, not because he is thinking about that wow moment of seeing the 72 virgins. That's not what is leading them. It's the hellfire. That is the pain, the sufferings that's making them, that is acting as a deterrent. So in these groups, I used to mock these people. Like I'll just give some back answers. What you're saying is right. It's not right. This is factually wrong. It's not like that. Especially when it is related to science. When they usually these Islamists, what they do is they mix science with religion. So when you find something in the darkness of the ocean, they will say, "Oh, see, look at the kitab. It is mentioned in the ocean, in the Quran that it is darkness in the sea." Or when you say about some star, they'll say, "Oh, look at the Quran. It is already mentioned there." Everything is in Quran. Okay.
Everything is also in Hindu scriptures.
Yeah,
Also.
that's everything is a copy work, so there's every chance that happens. But still, so this is how they promote themselves, they market themselves. So I tell them, no, it's not like that. there are some factual problems in it. For example, people used to say that in Quran, a honeybee, when it is mentioned, it was mentioned as a female. A honeybee is mentioned as a female. Okay, so these Islamists, they claim that, look at this.
Worker bees are female.
Yeah, so look at this. Quran clearly understood females, see, bees were females. And it was only discovered very recently that it was females. So it is obviously divine. So this is how they tell that. Then I just, okay, for a believer, that's enough. They will say mashallah and they will start jumping over. But I went on to look at this, whether really it is like that, and whether there was any information beforehand to call a bee a female, as a female, or something that denotes it as a female. And I just went back and I could see multiple instances in the history where even in 3000 BC, 2000 BC and all, the moment they started making this honey, bee rearing was there. Okay, and they used to make this queen bees from worker bees or something like that. They by giving it more feed and all. So they knew that it was a female. One is that, and there is a character in this ancient mythology that is, and it was a name called Deborah. Deborah means a female bee, and it was a name for a female character. So if it was not known as a female, how would this name come? And there are multiple other instances where you can find this. So it's all like, it's a we call it as a sharpshooter fallacy, we call it. Like they wanted to prove something, so they just draw circles around the point
prediction point. Yeah.
So that's what they are doing. So we explain things like this into these family groups. So we were later on thrown out of those groups. And I started speaking outside then. There was no other options for us. And when I started facing all these problems myself, from my family and my other relatives and even from friends, then I started using my skill as a speaker against this. That's how everything came into being, and now it has come up to this.
Yeah. So my next question was about your family. Like, and again, you need not answer any question you're not comfortable with. So, what personally in your family, what backlash have you faced because of your ex-Muslim attitudes and
Yeah, that's very important, because I think there's no point in hiding that again, because every ex-Muslim who are closeted, like they are not able to openly announce their apostasy, they come and ask the same question. So instead of answering each and every one of them, it's better that I say this on a public platform, and it's already told multiple times, so it's not an issue for me. Obviously, I faced problems. Okay, and the problem was of multiple kinds. Like at one point of time, from my own home, I had to face this. Not from I won't say from my father. I think he was a covert ex-Muslim. Yeah, a covert ex-Muslim, I would say. Not closeted. He prays, he does everything, but not because of any conviction, I would say.
okay.
He was doing everything just because, to make sure that everybody believes that he's a Muslim. I felt like that. I'm not sure, because he never forced me anything.
Okay.
But my mother was so much forceful that even now she sends some of these rubbish things spoken by these mullahs. So the only thing is I just listen to them whenever I feel like laughing and something new is required. who wouldn't like a funny moment in their life? So you can get it enough. But only thing is, it's now getting repeated. So that's the only problem. So I tell my mother, okay, if you send me something, I will reply or I will say something opposite to that, and you won't be able to handle it. So please stop this. She never stop it, and she still keep on sending this. Okay, that's one thing. And apart from that, I was asked to get out of the home because I was a kafir. Okay, that's one thing. And I still remember that I don't know whether she was serious or not serious, but I still remember these kind of words spoken. That is, as per Islam, it's not allowed to feed a kafir, an apostate. Not a kafir. Kafir means by birth you can be a kafir.
What does kafir mean?
Kafir means a non-believer.
Okay.
Okay, but a kafir can be by birth.
Like a Hindu can be a kafir.
Hindu is a kafir.
Hindu is a kafir.
But an apostate means someone who renounced the religion. He is murtad, we call it.
Okay.
Okay, so that is a grave crime. And the rule as per Islam is to kill the murtad. Okay, to kill the apostate.
So only so legally is this enforced? Like
In India, they can't.
they can't. But in Shia law countries,
In Islamic countries, it is enforced. That's what I was about to say. They can't do it.
Sharia law. Sorry about that.
They can't do it. That's the only thing. If they were able to do it, they will do it here. And there are certain areas where they are able to observe these Sharia laws. And for example, these laws which we are trying to come out of through this Uniform Civil Code that we are speaking of all these days. That is something related to the Sharia laws, which is still observed. So there are certain things like that. And from my personal life, from my family, my wife's side, she was fine with whatever things that I was doing. Like there was no personal issues between us, but her family intervened. Because there is an issue or a rule in Islam where the moment a person apostatizes or goes out of religion, that marital relationship is getting nullified on the spot. There's no talaq required even. So the next moment onwards, that relationship is counted as adultery. So by stating all these laws in Islam, she was brainwashed and she was stopped from contacting me. So that's what happened in that side. So this is how religion functions.
You mentioned you had a divorce.
That's the first marriage.
Okay.
Yeah, that is something other than.
You were not an ex-Muslim.
No, I was a believer.
Okay. So you had children in yours, in your second marriage. So and like when the marital relationship was cut off, like what happened to, let's say, your children's custody?
Yeah, obviously, as per the law, those who are inside the religion, they have the custody. That's how it is. So for me, it is a big task to go behind this, to give application, to see them and all. So I'm not seeing them for multiple months now.
So since this happened, what contact have you had
Like
with your wife or your children?
I'm telling this, that is the response was too less. So that means they are giving priority to religion than the relationship.
Right.
So it is very difficult to deal such a person. If we are talking to someone, if we are trying to live with someone, and if that person is more interested in your religion than the relationship itself, then it's a problem. Okay, and I see that it's a red flag as well. And there's another aspect too, that is when I try to I would approach them and reconciliate all this problem. It is something like I'm a drunkard or a person who has done something wrong, and now I'm going to them again and again saying that I'm okay and I'm perfect now. I'm not like before. It's not like that. I haven't done anything wrong, because what I did is to renounce a religion, and it's completely based on the human rights that we are enjoying in this world. And even in India, we have that, the freedom. That's where this people wrongly take this Indian constitution. They think that Constitution of India is like a buffet. They take,
You can pick and choose.
yeah, they choose those articles which they want, like hijab, okay, Article 14, Article 15, or they want some freedom of religion, okay, Article 25. Like that, they pick and choose things. But in this same articles, it is also mentioned that is freedom of conscience. That means what? The freedom of dissent. That means what? It is also mentioned in these articles. So they are just concerned about those articles and those portions of the articles which is supporting them. And they not just ignore, they even defy those portions or those articles which is enjoyed by the fellow beings on the grounds of religion.
Right.
And that's the reason why we are. And so I decided to fight this.
Yeah.
That's the only go. Because otherwise, I will be presenting myself as a person who did something wrong and trying to recuperate by projecting that I have shed something wrong, which I did in the past. And now I am a good man. I have come back. So please accept me. This is the kind of action that we are portraying. I don't want to do that. I am here. I haven't done anything wrong. I did what is legal and what is available to every citizen in this world. And who did the wrong? That is, it is them who did the wrong by denying the rights, my rights. If they are concerned about their rights, I'm concerned about my rights. It's not like only I have the right or only they have the right. So people are very much choosy in understanding this.
So how did you legally fight this?
There's no way out in the country right now for this,
As
because apostasy or living a non-religious life, that's not something we have a legal validity. We are trying for making it into a legally valid existence, because that's not in India. This is something new. That's the problem. So we need to make it happen. Then only these people can be that they can be made aware of all these things. Right now, for them, leaving a religion means a person is going astray.
Is this only true with Islam?
No, every religion. There's no rule. Even we have applied to the central government to include the number of non-religious people in the next census.
Wait, I think there's something I'm not able to understand here. So you have a legal right to, let's say, see your children.
Yeah, but they can
You
stop me
can't fight. How?
on religious grounds. That's the problem.
Okay. I don't know about this. I'm
Yeah,
surprised.
I'll just give another perspective. You know that the eating pork is haram in Islam. Okay. So they will give out n number of reasons why it is haram. And the most important or the most said reason is that it is a filth. The pork, the pig, they are coming from a very bad atmosphere. So it's so bad meat. So this is the reason they say. So now you culture the pig meat in a lab, in the most sterile environment, and then you take that meat and present it to a Muslim. Will they eat?
I'm thinking they'll find a reason to not eat.
They won't eat. Okay.
What will they say?
They'll say it is haram. Because a Muslim is led by the teachings of the Quran or the Sharia laws. It's not the practicality that they look for. So when we say that becoming an ex-Muslim a person becoming an ex-Muslim in a relationship, and that relationship becoming an adultery kind of relationship. That's how the religion teaches them. And when they are living in that relationship, that can fetch them a hellfire. They are fearful of that hellfire. They won't do that. Even if that person is so lovable, so romantic, he's million rich, he has everything, they won't accept that relationship. That's what I'm saying. You give them the best lab cultured, the most purest pork meat to them. They won't eat. Because the rule says don't eat pork. That's it. It's not the quality of the man, it's not the quality of the love relationship, the depth of the love, or it's not that decides the relationship in such instances. It's the validity based on the religion that they count. That's what they are looking for.
I was just thinking about
It is very difficult for a person coming from other backgrounds.
exactly. I was just thinking about that. I was thinking about the fact that I
To
don't
tell you
know
that,
this.
I'll tell you, it took me multiple attempts to eat the first piece of pork for me, because from my childhood I was taught that you shouldn't eat pork, but I wanted to eat, and I was not able to eat.
I was just thinking about the fact that I don't know this is because of my my Hindu privilege, ex-Hindu now, but
Yeah, that's true. Our backgrounds, that matters.
next I want to ask you, because of what you do publicly, have you faced threats of violence or anything in real life? I know comments and online threats are plenty, but in real life, what have you faced?
This is a very relevant question, especially when we hear some arguments that Kerala is most dangerous. It is the worst place where you can see the Islamic extremism growing. So the more number of people getting recruited into ISIS and all. So Kerala is so dangerous. So this is what we hear always. But I'll tell you something. If you want to criticize Islam, if you want to criticize Hinduism, any religion, free thinking, 24/7, 365 days, the only place in India where you can do this freely, openly, in open stage is Kerala. Okay. I had faced certain instances in the past, maybe one or two times. One was a death threat which was posted online. Okay. And that was in the beginning, maybe 2018 or so. Just once.
How was it posted exactly?
Facebook, under my post, under my when I made
Was
a
it
post.
a comment? Or?
It was a comment.
Yeah.
So that happened. So, and even before, there are people, I'm just privileged to be an ex-Muslim in this time because I haven't faced anything, to be true. But people like E.A. Jabbar, he can't, his one ear is damaged. He was speaking at a public event and a person stormed into the stage and he was beaten with a steel chair. An Islamist, a jihadi. Okay.
This sounds like the what is his name? I forgot his name. The guy who was Salman Rushdie.
Yeah,
incident.
exactly. Something similar to that. So this happened in Kerala, but this happened maybe 10 or 15 years back. Okay, I don't exactly remember, but more than 10 years. Then we have this TJ Joseph.
Whose
hands were chopped off. And I would say that that was the latest instance where a person was attacked in this manner for something related to religion. In fact, teacher Joseph was so innocent in that he put a question paper and in that he wanted a name because the other character was called as Padachon. Padachon means the god.
What is the exact story?
See, teacher Joseph was a college professor and he was teaching Malayalam, the language. He was a language teacher and he was into this teaching script writing and the nuances of that. So he was preparing questions for the students for some term exams. So he made a question paper, and in that he wanted some a passage to be quoted there, and without the punctuations. And the answer is to put the appropriate quotations to make the commentary clear, or that the passage to be in the manner of a proper script. So that was the question. So for that he took a passage from a book by another person, Kunji Muhammad. So he was a person who writes scripts, cinema scripts. So from that movie script book, he took a passage, and it was a few sentences where a conversation is happening between a god and a man. Okay, so the god is being called as Padachon, and the man is a man, and he was talking to this god. Okay, and that's a funny conversation. So he wanted to name these people. The god is already called as Padachon, as per the Malayalam language. Padachon means the god. And this man needed a name. So since that was Padachon, he wanted a Muslim name. Padachon is usually mentioned by Muslims. So he wanted a Muslim name. So T.J. Joseph looked around, and the most applied Muslim name is, or Arabic name is, Muhammad. So he put that name for that character, Muhammad. So what happened at the end is that people started accusing him of blasphemy, that he mocked the Prophet because he used this word. And in that question, that passage, there was a bad words being used, like a common. It was like like നിന്നോടല്ലേ നായിൻ്റെ മോനെ പറഞ്ഞത്, like that, something like that. So
that for those who don't know Malayalam, that means
son of a bitch.
That's okay. We can swear. This is my podcast.
No problem.
It's okay.
So that was the comment. So the god got angry at this man for repeatedly asking a silly question. That's the conversation. So that's a tool in literary works. We contrast the satire or the level of comedy. Okay, that is, a god never gets angry. A god shouldn't get angry, but here the god is getting angry, and god is abusing his creature. So that's the kind of contrast in this, and he's so creative, this T.J. Joseph. So he took this out. Anyway, this was taken as a reason for blasphemy, and they planned an attack on him, and they planned it multiple times, failed attempts, and after that finally they caught him while he was returning from a church on Sunday with his family, and in front of his son and wife, his hands and legs were chopped off on the road publicly. And one thing that happened was, as per the rule, it was to chop the right hand and the left leg because opposite sides. But there was one person among this group who was never properly attempted a madrasa. He tried chopping the the right leg and the left arms too. Then the other person asked him, "Don't chop it. The rule is to chop the right and left." And that's the only reason why his left and right legs are okay now. Okay, so even he got cuts over there, and finally he survived that cuts, and he got it. All those were stitched back, and now he writes books, and he wrote a book,
With
1,000
his
cuts.
left hand.
Yeah, 1,000 cuts, and that received the Malayalam version, that received the award in our state. So that's how the story went. So I was saying, these are the kind of attacks that happened in our state.
Which year did this happen?
This happened in 2010. And while I was listening to this news, I was saying, okay, who asked him to mock our prophet? I was a believer. He should get that. This should be a lesson for all people who mock the prophet. And
now today,
and even today in the morning, I mocked the prophet. So that's how the life goes on. Like, see,
Have you met TJ Joseph?
yeah, multiple times. So I was telling something regarding the attacks. How safe is Kerala? I would say that Kerala is the most safe right now. And why is it safe? Because as I said earlier, it is something like uh, we have sensitized these people who might attack us by giving them enough opportunity to listen to these problems or to these false things or these bad things in their own kitabs, which they consider as something so much valuable and that is something so much revered by them. So that's an opportunity for them, and that's not there outside Kerala. So how Kerala became safe? The only thing is the long history, more than 40 years history of rationalist movements. It's not something new or which happened overnight. It happened through all these years. There are many people who who have bled for this, who have died for this, who have lost multiple things. There are people, but for us today, we are safe. And of course, we have the central intelligence and state intelligence. They are also supporting us. Like they give us certain information at times. They are with us. If we find something suspicious, we can report to them. And that there's a good kind of security backing up to for us. That's how we do it. And people used to say one another thing, that it is because we have BJP in the center that you have this. For those people, I am telling this, that is, we have people from UP, we have people from Madhya Pradesh, and we have people from Maharashtra who are ex-Muslims, where those governments are BJP governments, even in the state, who are not able to do this, who are living in Kerala. They are being given, what do you say, refugee. They are refugees in Kerala. So it's not BJP or RSS that is protecting them.
Yeah.
This kind of background support, this desensitizer. I always use this word. Whatever criticism that we are making, it's for desensitizing them. So we have to do it in a manner that it should be bloody provocative. Then only they will get it desensitized. Otherwise, they will still believe that, okay, we are having some sort of reverence to those ideals. We are fearful of that. They will get an idea. No one will read my lines or watch my videos and say that thing again once, at least once. We use most. I never call Muhammad. I always say Muhammad. Because that's the only way by which I can show that disrespect. If I say Muhammad, that's respect. So people come and ask me, like, why you want to call disrespect or mock such a person who is so much accepted by millions? I ask them back, if you can call a Sanghi or a person related to Sang, like what do you say, Kaudang, Gobar, that kind of words, you mock them like anything. In spite of people who consider all those people are someone who even worship them, you won't take that into consideration. Then why should I consider this? For me, that is cow dung, this is camel dung. That's the only difference. So both are same for me.
From this moment on, you inspired me. From this moment on, I'll never call him Sadguru. I'll always call him Jaggi.
Jaggi, yeah, we call that Jaggi.
I just say Sadguru. I make sure I say Jaggi once in the video at least, but rest of the time I just say Sadguru.
I have
'cause
even a
it's
better name
easy.
for Muhammad. I call him Arabian Gabbar Singh. I call him that way. Arabian Gabbar Singh. It's like a highwayman with a bunch of people around. They will sketch some tribes in the night. They will attack them in the wee hours of the morning. They will capture the goods there, their wealth, their women, their children. Then they will sell it off in the slave market. They will kill the male members there. Then those who are not opposing them, they will capture them and they will sell those men to in the slave markets, and all the wealth that they get from those places, they will distribute it among themselves. So the master planner was this Arabian Gabbar Singh. And if he is not there anymore, who will do this? So that's what happened there.
So, what are your thoughts on people like Yogi Adityanath, who openly says slogans inciting violence against Muslims? And he's not the only person. There are many other politicians, usually almost always BJP people. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Of course, that is a very bad attitude that we see in our present politics. Especially when these people are seeing, they are not realizing that this is a part of hate that is they are cultivating, and they are initiating the hate. The problem with hate is that you cannot control it at the point of origin, because it's like fire. Once it starts burning, then it keeps on burning without depending upon the origin. It has a life of its own. It is totally independent. It can burn wherever it reaches, and it's very difficult to control. And if one fine morning Yogi decides, okay, I was wrong in the past, I shouldn't
late
have
now.
I shouldn't have told like that. Muslims are our brothers. If he one fine morning says this, that's not going to help this hate that has already happened. It's not like water. Water can be stopped from the source. Fire is not like that. So we are saying this like, also one another thing. Why this yogi or people like him are saying this? That's also we need to address. That is another aspect. Like whenever we criticize Islam, or whenever we see a problem from an Islamic terrorist, what we usually hear is that that's not the problem of the religion. The religion is peaceful. The problem is of the person who is that believer. Okay, so it's the problem of the Muslim. It's not the problem of the Islam. That's what we usually say. This is the main reason why we get a chance to point towards Muslims. Okay, Muslims are not the problem. Every Muslim, even I was a Muslim, I was a problem. Not because I was inherently a problem. Something that was in me, that was creating the problem. When that was removed from me, that got uninstalled, I became a good man. I believe so. I don't know. But still, I won't become a suicide bomber anymore. But I could have become a suicide bomber, because those things that were inside me is capable of doing that. Now that is not there, so I can guarantee 100%, 200% that I won't become a suicide bomber. But that's not the case with other people. So when Yogi says this, or when we say about a suicide bomber or some terrorist doing some atrocities, we need to correct that by saying it is the problem of the idea, not the people. So we are trying to distinguish between two aspects. One is Islamophobia and Muslimophobia. Islamophobia is the wrong word, and it should be Islamophrite. That's what we say. We have to fear Islam, because that is creating the problem. As I said earlier, any normal Muslim, if he is taken in and if he is made to listen to Zakir Naik continuously for 3 days or 5 days or maybe 1 hour, you can make him an anti-democratic, anti-secular person. Okay, but that's why, because of that ideals that we are injecting. So Islamophrite is the right word. Islamophobia means irrational fear. It's not irrational. It is a rational fear. One is that. And second, Muslimophobia. That is something that we have to address. Because of Muslim of right, people are fearing the Muslims. That is irrational fear. And this has to reach the Muslims as well. So for that, we need to collectively work. And for that, the politicians can do better things. And that's what I always say is that to take into confidence these Muslims, we have to tell them. We have to openly, publicly say these things inside Islam is not acceptable to the world. You have to say that properly. Then these Muslims will slowly start to realize, because it's not easy for a Muslim to hear something from a common man. Maybe if I say something, I criticize Islam, they won't take it seriously. I know that. Because for them, if something has to be taken serious, I should be wearing an attire of a religious priest. And if I say it, they might take it. Or at least I should be a political leader or someone who is influential. Then they will take it. That's the appeal to authority. We know that.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. So politicians should speak of Islam, not of Muslims. Then this will change. So Yogi has to change, replace Muslims with Islam. That's it. And that same goes with Sangha Parivar as well. Sanghis are not the problem. It is the Sangh ideals. And I know this comparing Islam and Sanghism is wrong. Because, you have different types of poisons. Comparing potassium cyanide with some other rat poison, that's not right. Both are poisons, I agree. But if you are given if you are asked to give a priority, which one will you consider first? That is potassium cyanide, because that's the bigger issue. And another thing is, Islam, you can, for the Sanghi ideologies, Sangha Parivar ideologies, there is always a chance for upgradation. There is always a chance for reformation, because they are not confined to a book. They are not confined to a leader. They are not confined to any godly existence. But Islam is not like that. They are confined to God, leader, and book. And they believe that. And they believe that it's immutable. They believe that it is preserved. And they also believe that even if someone changes it, everyone knows by heart. So they will rewrite it. So that's how we saw multiple Islamic revolutions around the world. In Egypt we saw, in Iran we saw, in Afghanistan we are seeing. They are coming back. But Sanghism, Sangha Parivar, we can see, we talk about the bunch of thoughts. In it was mentioned that the internal enemies, it was the Muslims, Christians, and the communists. So it was written in a period where that was an issue and they were forced to write that, and we all criticize it. But now you look at those books, they have deleted it. So, but our liberals or the progressives, they are not accepting it. So if we are not accepting it, that's again another problem. If someone changes, if a person is there, he drinks too much, we keep on advising him to stop drinking, and one fine morning he stops drinking, what would we say? Okay, good man, at least you stopped it now. We would say that. But why not? We don't say it to these people if they are willing to change. Because we are working for bringing about change. that should happen.
So, similar question. What are your thoughts on movies like Kashmir Files or the Kerala story that talks about events that did happen but exaggerated so much that it becomes propaganda?
regarding Kashmir file, I recently made a video. That is, last day, Mahbooba, the ex-chief minister, she made a statement that Kashmiri Pandits should return to Kashmir. Okay. So just think back now. Can you imagine such a statement from a political leader in a political scenario where the genocide of Kashmiri Pandits were denied for decades? That happened. That is happening now. How? Because even before solving the issue, the best or the right way to be done in the first place is to accept something. Right. You can go back to the that place, Armenia. Yeah. You know that.
Armenian
Yeah.
genocide.
You know about this Armenian genocide. So there is a long issue going on there, and their sole argument is to just accept that such a thing happened. Forget about relocating us or forgetting about any reparations. Just accept that this happened. This is the same thing that we were or they were asking of this Kashmiri Pandits, because they were constantly denied that no, nothing happened to Kashmiri Pandits. But now they are forced to agree. So in that sense, Kashmiri Files was a success. I would say that. Now I'll come to other part, but before that, Kerala Files.
Kerala story.
Kerala story, sorry. What Kerala story speaks of? It speaks of religious extremism. It's not speaking of the common Muslims. And it's a reality. Why Kerala story? I made a presentation and I was I made a point there, that is, the people were putting forward an argument that since in India there are recruitments happening from every state, is it right to call it as Kerala story? That was the main question that was asked. Forget about that 32,000. I'll come to that later on. So this was the question asked. If that question, if you find it as a valid question, then I have a point. If you come to Kerala, so you agree that there is recruitments happening from Kerala. You agree that. Now come to Kerala. Of all the recruitments happened in Kerala, the most number of recruitments happened from Kasaragod. So is it right to call as Kerala story? It should be called as Kasaragod story. Okay. So our point is this whole issue to get a viewpoint, a kind of exposure, and it should be made into a matter of discussion. And this has to be acknowledged. And the major thing lies were during the period of Manmohan Singh, they were always saying that no recruitments are happening from India. The moment Modi government came, the NIA reports were coming out with clear-cut numbers. And of all the numbers, the number clearly states the more number of sympathizers and the recruitments happening from India was from Kerala. These all are NIA reports and intelligence reports. And now comes to the movie part, the exaggerations. We are talking about movies. We saw movies of Interstellar movie, then we have Titanic, and many other movies. So movies, obviously it is a movie and they have the liberty to exaggerate or to tweak or to do anything with that, because it's a creative work. A movie is a movie. If those directors were claiming that they were doing a documentary or they were doing something related to something real, real life explanations or something like that, a kind of documentary, and then there is a factual error, then we have the point in raising the inaccuracies.
I think there were some claims by the director that these numbers were factual.
Yeah, I'll come to that. So that is a movie. Okay, so and they have every right. Even we have a genre called propaganda movies. That is also there. And now comes to this 32,000, that number. There I have to disagree, because I even told them directly that I was called into some of the debates on that issue. I told them, if your idea is to make this problem a social discussion issue, and to bring the attention of the people, especially the Muslims, then you should have taken a little caution to not to deviate from the real issues. And in that case, the number matters. And there, the number 32,000 was taking away the attention from the real matters. And that was a grave mistake. I would agree that. And our only what we could do is that we can convey this. We conveyed this. Maybe they will take care of it in the future. So though we speak about these movie creators, and they portray themselves as the saviors of this nation from these kind of terrorist activities and many such things that is long forgotten or suppressed, and then they come up with some creative work, and then they do something like this, and they themselves are creating some issues where the whole point is missed.
Shifting gears a bit, but not too much. I'm gonna stay in Islam. So I've heard about you normally associate casteism or caste discrimination with Hinduism normally.
Yeah.
But I've heard a similar thing is also there in Islam. But me not knowing anything about Islamic culture, I want to ask you about this.
Yeah. So, casteism, that is a big issue, big social evil. There's no question about that. And when we speak about casteism, it's usually the Hindu religion and the castes associated with Hindu religion, that the Chadur Varnim that comes into the picture, and we always focus on the debates over that. And okay, that is understood, because living in India, we have to address that. There's no question about that. But the problem is, there comes the role of Islamists. They come in and they will be saying that, welcome to Islam. There is no casteism in Islam. Casteism is something that is made haram as per Islamic religion, the rules, Sharia. This is how they market Islam. So we ask them, what is caste? What is the evil that you see in casteism? So they give us a definition for that. What is the definition? It groups people based on multiple factors into classes, and they see them as unequal. So humans are not seen as equal. So that's the core idea that they put forward. So we ask them, okay, so if there is any instance in Islam which sees two human beings not equal because of multiple reasons, would you agree that there is casteism in Islam? Then they are taking back a step. No, no. What we are talking about is the Chadur Varnim. Okay. So, what is the point of talking about Chadur Varnim in Islam? Because Islam is not putting forward something like that. But the nature of casteism in Islam is different. You cannot say that, you cannot compare apples with mangoes. Casteism in Hinduism is the way that is put forward by the teachings of Hinduism. And if Islam is putting forward a casteism, that will be made up of, or that will be depending upon the teachings of Islam. So, in that way, if in Hinduism we have four castes, in Islam is dividing the whole people of this universe into major two classification. One is believer and non-believer. Okay. And it doesn't stop there. the rules pertaining to the believers are different from those non-believers. Okay, in Hinduism, they are not classifying other religion. They are not classifying the Muslims or Christians. They are not classifying. They are classifying only those belonging to the scripture and those people coming under that. That is well evident in our history, where Muslims were considered as a top class, comparable to someone close above Shudras. Okay, so they were not untouchables. Muslims were not untouchables. So what happened in India? These Shudras who were facing this untouchability, and they were not able to, they were not able allowed to cover their body. They converted to Islam en masse. That's what happened in India. So, as a protest against this casteism, as a revolt against this caste discrimination, they convert to Islam to gain a superior position. That's what they did. And Islamists are promoting or projecting this as something that happened as a revolt or as a anti-discriminatory move, as a means to promote or market Islam. This is what they are doing. Forgetting that Islam is classifying the whole of humanity as two class, believers and non-believers. And for the believers, you have, for example, a tax called zakat that you pay. For non-believers, you have jizya. Okay, so this is the one example how this affects the class grouping affects. So what is zakat and jizya? Zakat you pay, you will be expecting some bounties hereafter, like you will get 72 virgins. That is what you get when you pay zakat. But when you pay jizya, it is not that you are expecting. The purpose of jizya, the tax for non-believers, is that you should feel humiliated, subjugated, subdued. This is what Islam teaches. Subjugated and overpowered so much that you will feel like it is better to convert and pay zakat than to leave as non-believers and pay jizya. So those people who are non-believers and they are paying jizya, they will convert to believers.
What is the difference in amount of these two taxes?
Tax is obviously high for jizya. And
Why would anyone pay this?
pay, that's of course, that's how the Islamic that country runs.
Oh.
Okay, that's the tax that is they are taking in. So
So this, let's say in those countries which enact this tax, these tax laws, that tax is above the national whatever tax, income tax or whatever they have.
we are not talking about the national modern day taxes. We are just talking about the tax mentioned in Quran or the Sharia law. So when you talk about zakah, that is for the believers. For non-believers, it is jizya. In a truly Islamic setup, just imagine that India is an Islamic country. Then what happens? You will be paying jizya and I will be paying zakat. I'll be feeling happy thinking about the.
You will also be paying jizya now.
Not now. If I'm a believer, so I'll be happy about thinking about the virgins that I'll be getting. You will be feeling humiliated, that you will be feeling subjugated, and you will be feeling that okay, if I convert to Islam, I can be happy like me. That will be your thought. So it's like you are forced to convert. Okay, so this is how Islam groups, and this is just one example of the classes in Islam. Another group is the free. We mentioned it above before. That is free women and slaves, men and women. We have that. Then we have even many classifications like this. Wherever you go, you can see. So recently, we saw an incident from one of the masjids in Kerala that. Those people from a particular group of Muslims who does this barber jobs, that is the saloons, they run the saloons. They are called as a group, specific group. And we have this
What is the name?
uh, Osan, we call Osan.
Okay.
Okay, so that they come from such a family. So they are, it's their family profession. It's a legacy. Everyone in their family will be doing the same profession. So they won't be allowed to marry from other higher groups. And now we even have, so people might say that, okay, this is not present in Islamic literature. So that's why I'm not focusing on that much, because that's not present in Quran or in Sunnah, but that is appearing in some other textbooks. People are mentioning about it. But we have clear mentioning of grouping, not saying people are equal. Men and even Muslim men and women, you take them. A man equals two women. That's what Islam teaches. That itself is a grouping. It's a classification, or it's a that itself says that people are not equal. So casteism, if it is observing or grouping people into different categories, not seeing them as equal, of even though they are human beings, if that is casteism, then of course Islam is creating more castes and wider castes than any other religion, the whole of humanity.
I've heard of groups like Ashraf, Ajlaf, Pasmanda.
Yeah, that's
What
what I
about
was
those?
saying. There are such groups are there, but that's not specifically mentioned in any of these literature. These are so for example, if you go to Middle East, if I am a Muslim and if I talk so much high about, oh, I am a Muslim, they will tell me that you are a Malabari or you are a Hindi. Okay, even if I am a Muslim, since I am not from the original land of Islam, I am seen as a second class. But there is no mentioning about seeing such a thing in the Quran or in the Sunnah.
Right.
But they are seeing it that way. So it's not as per the literature. So the caste in Islam, when we are trying to limit that, or we are trying to compare it with other castes that we know as this Chadurvarnyam, and we are trying to find equivalences like Ashrafis or this Pasmanandas and all, then it's creating a false equivalence, and that's easy to refute. So I don't raise that thing much, because this is the problem. It is mentioned, this is part of the culture mostly.
Right.
In the literature, we have better castes, or the more dangerous ones, men and women, believers and disbelievers. These are the castes. They are not equal. Even the punishments are different. Like in Islam, you have the punishment. We call it the qisas, and you can retaliate for a particular offense that a person commits. So that means if I beat you, the punishment is that you can beat me. Okay, this is a kind of punishment that is being given. If I kill you, someone from your family can kill me.
Okay.
Okay, so just imagine, this happens only when we both are from the same class. Okay, if the crime is committed by a Muslim towards a non-Muslim, this won't work. Okay, because the Muslim is the culprit and the non-Muslim is the victim. And if it's the opposite, he can kill, because the Muslim is the victim and the culprit is a non-Muslim. So I can kill someone in retaliation. Like that, the fines prescribed for certain crimes, if it is a Muslim, that is almost half of the fine that is being prescribed for the non-Muslim. For the non-Muslim, yeah. And even if it is a female, even then that is half, even a Muslim woman. So that's how Islam creates the divisions. So what happens while defending this casteism and portraying Islam as something that doesn't have a casteism is by making a false equivalence, and we always try to expose that. That's not the right way.
See. Finally, we move out of
All this.
Islam and we move on to communism.
Yeah, okay.
Why do you call yourself an ex-communist?
Yeah, that's an important question. If someone becomes a communist, in this society, that is usually by two ways. One is by learning communism, getting attracted to their ideologies, and then by volition becoming a communist. That's one way. Another way is that you happen to be in a situation where you are uh, forced to participate in a communist setup or in a communist movement, and finally you slowly understand them accidentally. Then you fall in love with that, then you become a part of that, then you slowly learn that, and you try to be a part of that, or a propagator of that. I think for me this second way happened because I came from a family where most of my parents and relatives are all hardcore Congress supporters. But when I came into college, we were becoming a part of SFI, Students Federation of India. So slowly we started listening to their party classes, their trainings, their meetings, their way of thinking, including the way they nurture the moral high ground. Okay, so everything. And finally, as age progresses, years passes, I started reading some of their books like this Capitalism, about that.
Das
Das
Capital.
Capital, yeah. So, sorry, that is it. Das Capital. Then in Malayalam, they call it Mooladhanam. Mooladhanam.
Okay.
So, like that. So, we listen to their speeches, multiple speeches are there. And we finally arrive at a point where we find that communism and socialism is the solution of the problems that we face today. Without communism, it is not easy to survive, and the all capitalist activities that is going on is in fact looting the people, making them poor. The wealth is accumulating in some hands. This is how they are promoting and they are popularizing their ideas. So from a point where I fell in love with socialism and communist ideologies and started learning that, the moment we started learning itself, there was some issues cropping up, like some discrepancies, we can say, some mismatches, missing links, kind of thing. So later on, I decided to leave communism. Okay,
Why?
because when we speak of communists, what comes to our mind is the Stalin, the Lenin, then the Chinese Communist parties, and then finally we had this North Korea. So all these things, and then many other places where communist atrocities were rampant, and how they were leading people into trouble. So communism was not the issue. And then I decided to stick with socialism, socialist principles, where people are seen as equal, everybody is given importance, the society gets everything back to them, and many ideals like state is controlling everything, state is overlooking the activities, and that will be running the machines of the state, the government, and the people, every person in the state will be getting the benefit. This is what socialists believe. So I thought of, okay, that is good. This is something useful, people can go with that. But later on, even going further, learning more about capitalism and how this capitalism is helping more people come out of poverty, and a crucial aspect that it's only by capitalist involvement, or that kind of, in a market, in a free market, that is the main idea of a capitalist economy, that is a free market concept. Only in such a free market that you can survive and you can flourish, and that is not limited to any person. They always say about wealth accumulating in a point, and more number of billionaires are being made. This is what they complain about. What capitalist economy gives you is that anyone can become a billionaire. You have, if you want to become a billionaire, you can become. If I want to become a billionaire, I can become. Immense opportunities there. Anyone, nobody is stopped in a capitalist economy. Anyone can utilize it. Anyone can be a part of that. And the more number of, so in effect, what is happening is more number of people are coming out of poverty. So socialism is something like the spirituality, as I said earlier. Like it is it's like, okay, there is no problem in thinking that there shouldn't be any poor people. The poor should be supported. There's no problem in thinking that. Of course, we have to support the poor, but it's just like spirituality. Like any moment, that kind of thought can be institutionalized and made into a something like a communist ideology, and that can be made to overpower the people. That can create issues. And the biggest issue is that socialism and communism nurtures and creates poverty, because no individual can take part in the economic activity of the country or the place where he's staying. Everything is controlled by the state. If I make 100 rupees, I'll be charged hefty amounts as tax and will be taken back. So what happens is, those who are performing, those who are creating wealth, they are seen as a person doing something wrong, and they are punished for creating wealth. So what they will do? They will stop working. They will stop creating wealth. They will wait for the governments to support. People won't be incentivized. The people won't feel like there is something that is good being accepted and that is being supported. They will go lazy. This is what happens in a in a socialist market, socialist economy. But in a free market, in a capitalist market, those who are performing, that will survive, and they will be given the incentives, and they will be getting enough opportunities to survive and get grow beyond the limits.
So, again, I'm not the most educated on socialism and communism and capitalism, all these things. So, I apologize to anyone who might feel I didn't defend it well, but I'm gonna try and defend socialism. When you say that anyone can become a billionaire, that is very different from saying that everyone can become a billionaire. That's impossible. If you are becoming a billionaire, obviously you are at some high position in some company or something. You're probably the CEO or the founder of a company, whatever, an entrepreneur. You cannot do whatever work you're doing without the help of the common worker, and obviously in your efforts to become a billionaire, you will try to extract maximum profit from from that company, whatever. So this profit often comes at the expense of that common man, that worker. We have places like sweatshops or McDonald's minimum wage jobs. Those are the first things I can think of. Then sometimes profits come at the expense of let's say resources like the atmosphere, or let's say rivers, or uh, they're freely polluted, and yeah, these are some of the objections I have. So it's not entirely true that free markets are the best thing, because obviously this if you have a completely free market, it'll lead to all these issues that I said. So
Free market, that doesn't mean that there is no regulations. Okay, regulations are there, but the regulations are for what? It's not for limiting the competition. Competition is always promoted. Just take for example, like for now, what you see is that some mobile manufacturers, they have stopped supplying the chargers along with the mobile box. If you want, you need to purchase it separately. Okay, and they always mention something like zero waste, environment friendly. Okay, how this came into their marketing strategy? Okay, I'm not saying that capitalism is foolproof. Capitalism is also having problems, but it can be addressed because there is no coercion, or there is no authoritarian control over it. It is democratic capitalist economy. It can be modified. The problems can be addressed. So the free market means if there is a problem in the process of doing the business, that can be raised and that can be made as a competition. So when the first company comes forward and raises the concern, or uh, or we find out a problem with a company making a fraud or making a problem, other companies will try to overpower their business by not doing that. So that itself becomes an option for making it as a USP for them. So they are marketing them those ideals. For example, environment friendly, climate change. These things are much talked about these days. So now we can see when these EVs are getting more popular, who are doing this. Forget about these products. Let's talk about the hospitals. We talk about organ transplantations. Do you know how many government run hospitals do these organ transplantations? For example, liver transplantations.
Yeah, I know liver transplantation is not done in most government
Why? It's only
hospitals.
done in
Private.
private hospitals. Maybe some premier institutes like maybe AIMS or some other specific institutes, we hear about doing organ donations, organ transplantations. But in private hospitals, they do it in a month at least 5 to 10 transplantations. How are they making it happen? Who are getting benefited? Why these governments are not able to do it? If the governments were doing it, they could have done it with less amount. That's what the socialists claim, because there is an exploitation happening. That's what they claim.
But wouldn't you say there is also an exploitation happening if there's a 20 lakh liver transplant, like aren't the patients being exploited?
That's what I'm saying. If that is an issue, of course, there are costs involved. Okay, there are costs involved. Now, when we talk about the extra money charge, then only that becomes a problem. Okay, so let's speak about the normal cost. It comes to around, if the hospital where I am working, they do it for around 20 lakhs, 25 lakhs, below that for a liver transplantation. That's what I understand. And see, there are problems where when it is identified, there is a mechanism in place to correct that. Okay, so when we speak about organ donation, and cadaver donation is something that is being misused, or some people are being killed for their liver to save money or to loot their organs. When it is being said, actually, what is getting promoted is the organ harvesting from living donors with money. Okay, so what we need to really promote is the cadaver donation. But here, what is getting promoted due to these false narratives and false stories and movies getting over this is that organ rackets are flourishing over this, and the hospital is not part of this. The health ministry is not part of this. There are people using this opportunity.
Um,
So who is exploiting them? It's not the treatment. It's not the rules that is exploiting them. It's the false assumptions that we have, and the narratives that we make creates troubles and stops certain things. That's what happens. So now we even have another argument being getting up, that we need, instead of brain death, we should focus on cardiac death, circulatory death. That is what they call. It is even more dangerous, because it's we know that it's difficult, or it's so much what do you say, complicated to identify a brain dead, and to adjudge that is brain dead. But it's not that complicated to tell that it's circulatory death. It's easy. So if that is getting promoted, even that will lead to more number of problems. So I'm saying this because the machineries that should be kept in place to regulate things. We know about the monopolies when it was the mobile sector, when it was totally run by the BSNL. We know the problems, how we were waiting for getting a SIM. Now, if you want a SIM, you just make a missed call. The SIM person will come to your home and it will be delivered in 24 hours. That's what we see. So it is the options for the consumers that is increasing. They are getting benefited. They are getting what we are doing right now here, the internet. If it was not this much cheaper, we wouldn't be able to do this. So the free market promotes competition. Competition creates an atmosphere of improvement, and only that improves and will be making it what do you say, amenable to the people, and that they will find it useful, and that it is serving them. That only will survive, and all other things that will die off automatically.
What about issues like uh, companies tried to form monopolies in their areas of business? Like I used to work in a company, and what they were doing was they tried to get more investors or more profits or whatever, and be the big fish that ate all other little fish in the sector and became the only player. Then they can manipulate prices because there's no competition. So isn't that a
That's a
problem?
bad strategy. We know that.
Tell me.
Yeah, because trying to become a monopoly, and if there is an economy which favors monopoly, that itself is a bad sign. It's a red flag, because that they are really killing the competition.
But that's not a bad strategy for the company.
Of course, but for the economy, that is bad,
Yeah.
and that won't survive. Such
Um,
monopolies,
I
they will be forced to, either they will be forced to diversify, or they will be other people will come in later on. And
um
there will be some point where people will start looking for alternatives.
if they're the only player in the market, and if other players come along, they can become the big fish that eats the small fish. Like, what? Where will people get alternatives?
So we always say that in a free market, the specialty is the competition. So in a competitive economic environment, if one company start a unfair competition, then there is an option of either regulating it. That's how we see that unfair competition is being detected by TRI.
Right?
We have this telecom regulatory authority. So they are looking at the unfair competitions and price fixing and all such things in the telecom sector, and that's how they even find the telecom companies if they are committing any such frauds. So that's what I'm saying. This competition, ensure the fair competition. That is the sole duty of the government.
Uh,
So in an atmosphere where a particular company is trying to create a monopoly beyond a limit, That means there is no proper regulation for that in that sector. So the government who is running that country or that place, they have to come up with some sort of solutions for that by regulating such things. So that's how they come up with solutions to ensure the fair play.
Even if we had regulations, like, see, capitalist companies generally always try to optimize in such a way that they can maximize profits. And usually, when there are regulations like this, they'll try to find loopholes where they can, try and be legal while still being unfair. So I'll give you an example. So maybe if there's a regulation that says some regulation against monopolies, maybe, and we saw this in the US. US telecom is so expensive mainly because three or four or five major companies have divided the territories into sectors where they themselves are monopolizing, and so technically over the whole country they're not monopolies, but in that region, yeah, so this is legal, and this leads to cost on the customer, right? And also let's say iPhones, new iPhones that come out are barely improvements over the previous iPhone. Like very small, sometimes this even happens in medicine. Like a new version of a medication might come out, which barely changes something from the previous version, and but vastly increase the cost. And I understand how these can all be solved by regulations, but the process of regulations, some new loophole, then some new regulation, new loophole, new regulation, isn't that tedious, or isn't that a long process? Like, aren't all
Yeah,
these arguments?
that's a good question, because when you were mentioning about these telecom sectors and the monopolies operating there, I believe that is a wrong strategy. Okay, what I say is, instead of giving auctioning, they call it auctioning the spectrum. That's what they say. Instead of that, what we should do, what I believe from my limited understanding, is that they should be given the licenses to operate wherever in the country. Okay, then only this will happen. Even now, I think that Starlink, that company who is looking for that satellite internet, Elon Musk, he's planning to come to India, and he's looking for license. Okay, and he also stated the same thing. If India government, as per their current policies, they are going for auctions, the spectrum auction. Spectrum auction makes the cost high for the telecom operators. But if it is a licensing that is being provided, then there is a free market in front of them, and they can, maybe they will have to spend more on a different location, but they can get more number of people from other location. So there is always a balance happening. Okay, that's one thing. And now, when we talk about these regulations, isn't it a tedious process to look for the problems and to solve this? One thing that I find that you are agreeing is that we have the option of fixing things in a capitalist economies by modifications. That's the beauty of capitalist economy. One thing, if it was a socialist economy, there's no such things. What you will do in a socialist economy is that you will pump the state fund into that failing system again and again, and it will be like a black hole, that the whole money will be thrown into that hole. So that it's a eternal sinkhole. You won't find anything coming backward. Otherwise, if it was a socialist, a capitalist economy, and you are finding problems and you are trying to solve that, of course, there is a tedious process going on, because we are trying to solve capitalist economy problems using socialist ideologies. That's the one problem. Because this spectrum, that kind of auctioning and giving a chance for monopolizing, that is something related to objecting a free market. That is a taint of socialism happening there. Okay, so we should abolish that. Let the market be open. Then only that is deserving. We always say about survival of the fittest. The same thing applies to capitalist economy. Only those things that are capable and deserving of, not deserving, capable of surviving. Deserving is something a wrong word when talking about survival. Capable of surviving. Only that will survive. So if you are talking about we're asking about this monopolization. In that process also, if there are proper regulations and if there is a confidence that is being given to other investors or potential entrepreneurs by giving them a chance or a choice of becoming a competitor, obviously the monopoly won't stay unless there is a viable business model and that has to stay. Then that will survive. Otherwise it won't. Obviously other people will come. That's how we have seen things. We have seen multiple companies going off. Why did they went extinct? Why did that businesses failed? We have seen multiple mobile companies going off. Aircel, my previous mobile, BlackBerry, Nokia.
Docomo.
Yeah, multiple. Why did they just disappear? They were having. It's not because Samsung monopolized or Apple monopolized. No, they were lacking something. They were not enough or competent enough to participate in this competition.
Don't you think that big companies like, say, Amazon or here Geo, for example, what they were doing was using their existing costs or existing pool of money to bring down their prices so much that they kill all competition, and then once they're the only player in the market, then increase prices?
Yeah, that's happening here. In with respect to Geo, I would say this because it is a mixed economy in India. That's what we see: socialist rules and capitalist game plan. That's what we see here. The players are believing that it is a capitalist economy, but the rules are just like socialist economy. The government is standing behind them, creating a monopoly for them. So Geo is getting much support that way, and there are multiple ways they are getting support in multiple through multiple means. I'm not saying that government is funding them, not that way, but they are utilizing the situation here pretty much, and they are able to make huge profit out of that. And now we are seeing multiple companies just like Vodafone and other companies struggling to exist here. Only good fight that is being put forward is by Airtel, Bharati Airtel. So even then we can see that they are all running with this same problem, that is this spectrum auction. They are not running with the licenses. So if it becomes a licensing option, the game changes. That's what I understood and I believe.
Yeah, I don't fully understand the spectrum and licensing.
Spectrum means you will allocate.
I understand spectrum. So certain frequencies will be allocated to
areas will be allocated.
Auctions or
areas will be allocated.
Okay.
Like that. So you won't find certain companies in the south. We only see them in the north.
Can you tell me how licensing?
Licensing means
is opposite?
you get a license, just like you can run your vehicle anywhere in the country. You can sell anywhere in the country.
So
just
you
like that.
can get a license and use any frequency.
A frequency will be there, obviously.
Yeah, it has to be to one communication channel.
Yeah, that will be there. but the license will be to whole of the country to operate
Okay.
anywhere.
Okay.
So in that case, the people will get more options. Competition will be fair. That's what we say. So right now it's not like that. Some preferences are given, or some since they are able to make invest more money due to various reasons, they are getting favors. They are coming. It's like a reservation system for them, and they are utilizing it for their benefit.
I one more argument here. So very off. So see, capitalism, because profit is the motive, they'll try to. They don't care about if their means of profit are fair or unfair. They just want the profit. Wait,
Yeah.
hear me out.
Okay. Yeah.
Full
Yeah.
thing. So I agree that if it's some fair means of profit, it's a good thing only. But if it's unfair, let's say if it comes at the cost of exploiting their workers or the environment, or let's say unfair competition, like I said, uh, until it's identified and some regulation comes along, it has to be identified first. And often many issues go unidentified, like the sweatshops thing, or the uh, I don't know what else. I had something in my mind, but those things went unidentified for a long time, and those people who were victimized didn't have the power to voice their problems. So this identification barrier, and then that delay in regulations coming, and regulations being optimal, aren't all these argument or arguments against capitalism?
These are arguments against any economic activity. You agree that?
Yeah,
Okay. Whether it be socialist, communist, or capitalist, if it is exploiting its
but these
workers,
exploitations are for
I'll
the
tell you.
purpose of profit.
I'll tell you. If this exploitation happens in a capitalist economy, or a socialist economy, or a communist economy, exploiting a worker, that is wrong.
Just one question: why would it happen in a socialist
I'll tell you.
economy?
I'll tell you. So, exploiting a worker for the profit is wrong.
Yeah.
You agree? Looting or exploiting the environment, climate change, leading things to that, that is a wrong thing. You agree that? Then, what is unfair competition, or what is it, unethical business practices? Okay, that is also wrong. You know about Gulag system?
Russian Gulag, I
Yeah.
think I've heard. The prison system.
It's not a, in fact, it's not a prison system.
Okay.
It is a compulsory occupation system.
Okay.
It was a kind of slavery
Okay.
promoted in a socialist economy. It was put forward by Lenin, later on popularized by Stalin, the Gulag system. So what they do was, they will capture those people who are talking against communism or socialism, and they will bring them into these kind of settlements, and they were forced to work for this company. And we might hear about large companies, large buildings, and multiple other factories, and many multi-million things run by even agriculture run by these Russian systems, Russian government. All these were the railway network, and many other things, the power network. Everything was being forcefully done, made to do without a payment by these communist governments. Okay, and this was only run in a communist government. Okay, and just imagine, they were exploiting the workers, they were exploiting what do you say, the environment, and it was unethical practice too. Nobody will ever dare to question this. If you question that, If you are daring enough to question that, you will become a Gulag member. +1, that's it. Now come to capitalist economy. You work in a company. Let's say it's Amazon. You find a problem. You feel like you are not your minimum wage is not met, or you are made to work multiple hours together. You can approach a labor officer and you can complain.
Isn't that a socialist
No,
element? I mean,
never.
labor.
If there was a labor office should have existed in a gulag in a socialist economy. Have you heard about any gulag member going to a labor office and complaining, I'm being maltreated in that gulag. Please come and save me. Have you ever heard about that? You won't listen. You won't, because that won't happen in a socialist economy, because it's for the government and by the government. Okay, so socialist economy, we keep rules and regulations to ensure the economy run smooth, and the competition is maintained fairly. And if there is, and I again say this, that it's not a foolproof system. There are errors, chances of errors, but even there is a system to address the problems. It self corrects, and there are democratic means of correcting this capitalist economy. And for sure, one thing is the longest survived system of economy until now is this capitalist economy, and this is the only type of economy that has um, what do you say, saved millions out of poverty. At the same time, it is the communist or the socialist economy that has created the most number of poverty, or the, what do you say, the hunger laden population of this world. So communism or socialism, both are same. It is about creating poverty and nurturing poverty. It must run on poverty. Those people are the running fuel for this communist economy. If they are not there, there won't be any workers, because in a communist economy, that's another big difference. That is, you have the workers and you have the owners. You completely ignore the middle class. That is the biggest problem in this communist economy or the socialist economy. In a capitalist economy, you have a middle class who are the consumers. They are taken into consideration. They are the driving force. They are the evaluators, in fact. So they will decide which company to stay, whether Apple should stay or BlackBerry should stay or Nokia should stay. The middle class is deciding, not the workers, not the owners. In a socialist economy, owners and the workers decide, and even owners are the state, and the workers are the main and the biggest ideal of what do you say, this socialist economy. What is that? The autocracy, or that, what do you say, the
That's
proletariats,
dictatorship.
dictatorship of the proletariats, the workers. That's what they
I
are.
wouldn't say dictatorship. I would say more power in the hands of the workers.
They will decide whether things should survive or not. So even if it is unviable and not profit making, still that can survive. That's why we see the KSRTC survive. That's why we see multiple government systems survive even without any takers for them.
KSRTC, by the way, is the
Just imagine,
Kerala government bus. Yeah, but you can often see a KSRTC bus that's completely
Kerala
empty.
blasphemy. Don't do that.
Okay, but okay. I'm gonna keep defending till I die, till I'm convinced at least. So, very often in capitalism, let's say there's some kind of innovation. Let's say a new vaccine is developed. They'll try and keep the patent within the company for profits, and make a paywall that only people who can climb over the paywall can gain access. Everyone else is, gonna succumb to the disease. So, yeah, and how do you regulate against that?
That's the best example. um, Quality matters. So we had this COVID vaccine for this the problem that we faced, and we heard about Moderna vaccine. Then one we had from India, that Covishield. Then we heard about Chinese vaccine. Then we heard about Sputnik.
Then there was Pfizer.
Pfizer vaccine, Pfizer and Moderna.
Those are mRNA,
mRNA
vaccines.
vaccine. Yeah. So now just come to the whole the final picture. Those people who took the mRNA vaccine, they survived. They could proceed their life with that. That was expensive. That was made by these kind of bourgeois companies, and the people got it. Okay. Now those people who took Sputnik vaccine and the Chinese vaccine, what they did, they were finally taking either of these mRNA or the Covishield from India. They were forced to take that vaccine because finally their efficacy was not that much, that was not competent enough. Even in India, I took this Covishield vaccine. There was no option of mRNA vaccine here, but we had two options: Covaxin and Covishield. Covishield was something that was something much more superior to this Covaxin. That's how it was perceived. Anyway, that worked. I took 3 doses of that, and we know how it worked. We are now sitting without the mask. So why we were able to come up with that? And that Covishield was made by a private company here, and Covaxin was made by some India government supported company. I remember so. We can just fact check then. But still, that was cost effective, and still at the beginning that was charged much, and at the final stage it was available for a little more lesser cost. That's how we have seen it. So just imagine why all this happened. Those people who were able to input more money into the research and to come up with the best product, that product could survive. Those products which could not come up to that level, that was automatically rejected. That was automatically taken over by the quality ones. And obviously that will require investments. Who will make the investment? The companies will make the investments. So they will charge it.
But don't you think the same companies now also have the opportunity to increase their prices because they've destroyed all competition?
Did they really destroy the competition? Only those companies who were capable of stopping the disease survive. Others automatically dies. That's what happened. But in the hindsight, we say that these vaccines killed that. How can we say that? They were not able to perform in the competition due to their failed outcomes. They were not able to perform. That's what we saw. Those performed, they survived. That's what happened. This can happen with any product. It's not just about mobile phones or the vehicles. Any product.
I believe.
One more thing. I know that I was working with this open source pharma for some time. I should say this publicly. It was funded heavily by multiple companies. It's a philanthropic setup where people donate money and they do these open source researches. So even during this COVID time, there were daily making posts and topics, discussions on making new medicines and inventing vaccines. COVID is now almost over now. They haven't moved an inch forward in making any vaccine or any product materialistically. Why? Because they were not able to find the right money. to do the research, to do the work, the required work.
I have one more anecdote.
Yeah.
So I believe it was the polio vaccine. The one who came up with it, I forgot details. I forgot his name. I think he didn't patent it on purpose because he wanted people to have access. Isn't something like that far more, beneficial to the public than a capitalist company coming up with a vaccine? May be very effective, but putting it behind a paywall and
There comes the role of the governments to how to make it accessible to the public. So that's how these governments subsidize the doses, and the burden of that cost doesn't go directly to the public. Rather, it is borne by the governments. There are even Indian government was also to an extent trying to do that, but I don't think it doesn't happen as they were publicizing it. Uh, but we have another better example other than this vaccine. We know this seat belt, the 3-point seat belt system that was invented by Volvo. So the moment they invented it and they found the effectiveness, they didn't patent it. They just made it open, and it's now in every car. Just imagine if it was there even today, they will be earning millions on that. They didn't do that because, see, there are certain things they can forego because it all depends upon their multiple things. Their value systems depend on multiple things. So if they think that, okay, our this product or this idea, if it becomes more accessible to the people, that is more important than the millions that we get. There's nothing wrong in it. Why they are able to do it? That's the another question. It was not invented by a government or a person. It was invented by a group research. Of course, there's a person behind it, but it was funded by a company, a private company. So they are confident of recovering that amount through other means. Okay, that confidence. Why they have that confidence? Because they are in a free market. They have other ways of doing things or other areas to focus and to cover up this loss. They don't even count that as a loss. That's the beauty. Okay, so see, we have the CSR funds,
we
companies,
have.
CSR funds, company social responsibility,
Okay.
we call it. Why they are spending this money? So every multi-million companies, they spend this much amount of money every year for the social works. So they are giving out money. It's part of their activity, and by that they are providing a portion of their profit back to the society in a different manner. There are foundations. So the problem that I see here today is that here we usually live in a society where we are still lingering on to some of these socialist values, where it is stopping the real potentials of a capitalist economy. If it is,
Capitalism with regulations.
yeah, I am speaking of that. Capitalism with proper regulations. Government only focus on ethical competition, ensuring fair competition, and all levels, like the workers level, the environment level, and fair business, the ethical business models. If that is ensured, I would say that even more number of people will be saved, even much more faster from this poverty. More people can become billionaires.
I'll think about this. I, I still feel like I have some disagreements here, but I'll think a little more.
Yeah.
Maybe I can
Of course,
resolve.
even I went through a lot of uh, I would say months on this to get an understanding of how this thing works. It's very difficult, so much complicated. because from especially I'm not a basic economist.
Neither am I.
These are pretty new things to us. For me, it was entirely new, but there was a little interest on these things, especially when we speak high about this socialism and communism. We know that how it was functioning. So disregarding this middle class, that was the biggest point that I could find as a basic difference, and this aversion to competition, or this absence of competition. Just imagine why. Can you point out any government institution in our country that is competent enough in completing a mission and uh, streaming it live online other than ISRO? They take up a mission, competency, they fight with or compete with other private players, and they are able to do something, and they are inviting more business.
I don't think a lot of other companies are doing events like these that can be streamed. That's one thing.
Government institutes.
Like
Okay,
if you take something like BSNL, what would they stream?
their profits. If they are able to share their profit charts every month, or at least in a financial year. Take for example the railway and public transport. I won't take that way, because it's, even if a public transport runs on a loss, it should run. That's what I believe, because it's not for the profit from public transport is not the monetary benefit. It's the impact on the climate. That is the biggest benefit or the profit from public transport. So, but
I think there should be a regulation where other companies pay public transport companies to
yeah, there should
because
be. Yeah,
they
it should
they are
promote.
getting profits because these transport.
That should be promoted. Like public transport is the, I should say that that's the most important public activity where a government can directly intervene, and even they can make it run with other public private parties, but that should be run for the benefit of the people and the environment. It's not, it should be running without any monetary goals. Even if it is a loss, it should run.
Would you say similar things about education and healthcare?
Of course.
Same things.
Healthcare in a different manner. Like healthcare, the most important thing is the research activities. So for that, the governments should support those companies and those players who are serious about research to play in that manner. Regulations again comes into play. So hospitals giving the treatments and the medical facilities who are into research, both are different. But usually in our place, we see both are the same. Hospital and research center both run hand in hand. So we need to find ways where more research is promoted. We don't see such a thing in India, where research is always sidelined. It's not ever, especially from private parties, because we are into this research and all. Even if we are genuinely interested in doing some research and we submit a project for any research activity, the government funds are not made available for us. Simply because we are from private sector. And what happens from the government sector? They are doing things mostly for academic purposes and not for any kind of medical outcomes or the guideline purpose and all. It's very rarely coming out, very few. Just like this, what do you say about this liver transplantation and all? Only private hospitals are doing it properly, because only they are able to afford the facilities required. That requires money, that requires maintenance and all other things.
What about education?
Education, of course, that we are I'm putting forward as a goal in the future, like all a part of this social activism is linking everything to politics. The scientific temper, the free thinking, rationalism, everything should be linked to politics. Then only that will become available to the common people who are not having that luxury to think and talk about this because they are busy finding the bread. Okay, so we cannot force them to sit and think about all these things. So it is our duty who understand all this to work for them. Okay, we can popularize it, of course, but to get these fruits to them, politics is the only way. So for that, when we put forward, one among the goals is this healthcare and education. Education is the most primary thing, along with this healthcare. And the third one major thing that we are focusing is about the old age, the retirement age, the pensions and all. So that also, usually people say that pensioning is a kind of socialist activity. No, that's wrong. It happens usually through the profits that we can get through through these free markets itself. We cannot give the pensions eternally from the government pockets. That won't last. That won't suffice to anyone. So if we want to provide them for their old age and retirement plans, we should do that with a good planning and a good design and an implementation plan where in a capitalist economy the people can come and play and do things happen. So these three things. Yeah.
That's it, Arif. I don't think I had any more questions. I definitely learned a ton in this conversation. So I'm really glad how the conversation went. Also, is there anything you would like to talk about?
I think I have answered most of your questions and something added as a bonus to that too. But if we keep on telling all this will go on and on. Yeah. So I think we'll stop it here.
Wrap it up.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was a fun conversation. Arif Hussain, everyone. His channel, I'll link it down below.
Malayalam.
Link it down below. Yeah, it's mostly in Malayalam. So if that's your cup of tea, have a look. And yeah, Arif, thank you for joining. It was amazing. So, see you. Hope everyone enjoyed watching that podcast as much as I enjoyed taking that interview. I'd just like to remind everyone that this content is entirely produced through direct support from my audience. This is also my main source of living. If you'd like to support me, you can do so through Patreon or YouTube memberships like these wonderful people, or through Buy Me Coffee UPI, website, merch. All the links are down below. Remember, your support is what helps me go all over the country and bring you interviews and discussions and content like this with a lot of experts. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, remember, science is dope.